Hello, romance lovers. Today's story is called I Gave Birth to a Murderer Child. If you enjoy our videos, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss out on more exciting stories. The man hit the poor girl with all his anger. He couldn't understand how she could do something like that. He didn't expect such a trick from her, and it made him very angry. The man furiously asked the girl how she could smile after that. He thought she was really crazy, because in his opinion, only the girl, with a smirk on her face and all the disdain, smiled and thanked him for such a compliment. Her behavior angered him even more. He was furious. The man screamed furiously at the poor girl because he wanted to know whose blood was flowing in her. He did not understand. The girl was only egged on by the man's behavior. She asked if he really wanted to hear who the father of the child was. The man was taken aback. The man was shocked by her words. He became even more furious. He did not want to listen to her and covered her mouth. The man said that from today on, she would be under house arrest. He shouted for the servants to lock her in the basement. The girl was a little surprised, as it was not difficult for her to get him mad. She said that because of her, he had lost a good opportunity. He was angry and shouted at the servants to take her away quickly. The girl shouted in rage that no one should touch her with a finger, because she could not allow them to harm her and her child. She stood up proudly and walked herself to the place of her long imprisonment. To her great regret, she had no choice but to obey her father. The girl walked slowly into the room. It was hard for her, but she couldn't do anything. She had no choice. She lay down on the bed and slowly fell asleep. She knew that she had no right to give up, because she was carrying a child inside her. She knew what she had to do to ensure that they lived well and for a long time. 6 months ago, the girl decided to run away from home and make her dream come true. She simply had no other choice. The maids ran and looked for her in fear. The girl fled because her father had recently informed her that Count Bupo had requested her as his concubine. He already had 3 concubines, and everyone knew that they had decided to simply sell the girl to the harem. She was shocked by her father's words. He wanted to sell her as an unnecessary thing. But the girl knew that she could not allow this. She vehemently did not want to marry such a pathetic man. She didn't know where to go, but she knew what she had to do. She couldn't let her father decide for her and sell her off as an unwanted item. The girl approached the house and saw men who were chatting incessantly. She wanted to approach them to solve all her problems and get it over with as soon as possible, when suddenly she heard a strange noise. She turned around and saw a man. He looked at her with bewilderment and asked who she was and what she wanted from him. The girl was a little taken aback. She asked him if he needed help. He was angry and said he didn't need help. He looked at her and told the girl to. The young lady looked and said she needed help. She said she could help him, and in return, he would help her. A favor for a favor, so to speak. The man found the girl's behavior very suspicious and incomprehensible. It was very strange that such a person was walking alone in such a place. But unfortunately, he had no choice, and he needed help. The girl found a room where he could spend the night, and she also said that she had put all his things on the table. She looked at him and said that since she was helping him, it was his turn. The young lady said that she needed him to spend the night with her. He looked at her and asked her, with a puzzled expression, why she needed such a favor. The man said that there were other, much better ways to take revenge. The girl assured him that she had no time for another plan and all the stories. He was puzzled by her. She knew that she had to find a man and get pregnant by him. Otherwise, she would fail and be sold. She did not want such a fate for herself, because it promised only. The man realized that the girl was desperate and had no other choice. He knew that he had to help her because he had no choice. He calmly approached her and said that in that case he would help her, referring to the fact he assured her that a random passerby could be a dangerous companion for her for one night, and he would not harm her. The girl knew that nothing mattered. After all, it was only one night. He kissed her tenderly. They moved to the bed. The girl enjoyed his company. She had been used to strong male hands only causing her harm since her early years. But now, the young lady did not understand how a man could be so gentle and affectionate. She was amazed and felt bliss with him. It was truly unforgettable feelings and a wonderful night. The man slept peacefully after a stormy night. A servant entered the room and apologized to the master for losing sight of him. He was upset and assured the master that this would never happen again. The young man was surprised that his night stranger simply left and did not even say her name. He understood that he had simply fulfilled. He looked at his companion and asked him to find the girl he had come to the hotel with yesterday without delay. He really wanted to see her. She was beautiful and he couldn't get her out of his. After such an unforgettable night, he desperately wanted to meet the beautiful stranger again. The man wanted to see her at least once. He wanted to feel the warmth of her body more than once. Gupo arrived at the young lady's house. The father of the sweet girl almost danced Mercedes with the count. He was glad that he had arrived because he could sell his daughter to the man sooner. Mrs. Karen looked at the men with contempt and disgust. The count saw her and could not take his eyes off her. He said that the rumors were true and she was true. He came close to her and said that she was the sweetest of all in the world. He wanted to possess her very much and as soon as possible. The count said that the wedding would take. The Viscount was over the moon. The Viscount said he would be very happy if the wedding took place tomorrow. Mrs. Karen decided to interrupt their truly sweet conversation and exchange of pleasantries, which irritated her to no end. She said that she had one small problem, which was in her stomach. The count was shocked. He shouted furiously at the Viscount because he had hidden from him that the girl was pregnant. The Viscount said that he did not know that his daughter was pregnant, and he said that the child was not a hindrance because it had not yet. The count grabbed the man in a rage and began to drag him to the door. The Viscount asked the count to let him in, as he did not know that the girl was pregnant. After they left, Karen laughed wildly at the whole situation. She was delighted by the count's reaction, and she was very pleased that her father would get what he deserved. The Viscount was furious that his daughter had deceived him. He slapped her across the face. He looked at his daughter and said with fury that she had won the battle, but he would win the war. The Viscount came closer and said that he would make her life painful and unbearable, that she herself would beg for death. The man was angry and said that he would sell her and her. 3 years later, Karen was living the life of a servant. She did everything her father ordered her to do. The servant came and said that the Viscount looked at her with all his contempt and was glad that she looked so pitiful. He thought it was better this way, because the Viscount said that after 4 years, he found a man who would buy it. Archduke Buster Cayenne was looking for a marriage partner for himself. The Viscount. Karen asked how much he had paid for her. The man listed the entire list of what the Archduke had given him in payment for his daughter. He was pleased. The Viscount approached his daughter and said that if she messed up again, he would sell her into a barrel along with her son. He added that she needed to behave decently if she wanted to be saved and leave this place. When leaving, the Viscount said that they would set off on their journey in a week, so she needed to pack all her things in advance. Karen walked into the room. Her son was very happy that she had come. Karen was very happy to see him. He gave her life meaning. Karina was surprised that her son was still awake. Needy said that he was waiting for her, and that's why he didn't go to bed. She hugged him like crazy and said that they would most likely leave this place soon. He was excited. Needy asked if he would go with her. Karina smiled tenderly and said that Threads wondered if everything was okay with Mom, as she looked puzzled. Karina said that everything was okay. She was just very happy. The girl hoped that she could get them out of. They were getting ready to leave. Karina really wanted to leave the house as soon as possible. She knew that she would be able to cope with everything and survive all the hardships if they left. They arrived at the place. The servants greeted the guests with all respect and said that the Archduke would only let the lady and her son into the estate, and everyone else. Karen asked how long it would take to get to the estate. The servants of the estate said that it was about a 40-minute walk from the main gate to the estate itself. Needy said Lady Karen was met by the butler. He greeted her kindly and said that his master was awaiting their arrival in the drawing room. She assessed all the splendor of the estate and noticed, but the young Archduke decided to personally go down and meet them. Karen saw the Archduke and realized that this was the same man who was with her that night. She was wildly surprised and did not understand how he didn't recognize her. She flew up to him and realized that something had been wrong with his eyes that night. But now he looked fine. And the man introduced himself and said that she should not expect love from him in their marriage. He said that he did not want a big ceremony, and instead they would just sign the marriage papers. Karen agreed with him. The Archduke said that they would sleep in separate buildings, and she would have a whole separate house. He said in a calm voice that he asked her to live a modest and quiet life away from society. Karen agreed with everything. He looked at her and realized that she was not afraid of him. But to his regret, he could not read her. Because the young lady did not show her emotions, the man said that she would be provided with a separate group of servants and maids. He also asked her to inform the coachman and butler in advance if she wanted to go somewhere. The girl said that everything suited her, but she would prefer to live in the house only with her son. The Archduke was puzzled and very surprised. She said that she agreed to all his conditions and asked him for only one thing. He agreed. The girl was very grateful to him. Bowing, she thanked him again. Karen said she would live according to his demands. Covering herself with a fan so he couldn't see her face, she asked if she could go since he didn't need her. He let her go. The man watched her go. He thought she was acting like a stone. He thought for a second about the girl he had met 3 years ago. They were alike. The Archduke had not thought about the young stranger for a long time. At that time, he had searched the entire country, but could not find. Karen called her son and said that it was time for them to go. The happy boy ran up to his mother. The Archduke was surprised. The boy had red eyes. Just like the young gentleman, he knew that the butler showed her the house, and with surprise asked if she really didn't need servants. Karen thanked him for his concern and said that she could handle it herself. Oslo said that if she needed anything, she could contact him. He also said that the knights would be on guard to protect her. Karen thanked him. The man left, leaving her alone with the child. Needy ran around the new house. The boy liked the new house very much. He was glad that they would live in such a place. He was glad that they had left. He ran around the house and happily climbed up to the second floor. Karen shouted after him to watch his step and be careful. She was happy and hoped that in such conditions she would be able to raise him properly. The man asked the Archduke if he really wanted to let the girl live alone with her child in the house, without servants. The Archduke said that she would come and ask for. He didn't know what she wanted to prove, but he was sure that he could handle everything. The Archduke was sure that if the girl asked for too much, he would have an extra headache, but the Archduke was sure of the opposite. The man meekly agreed and left his company. The man wanted to live to see the day when the master's heart would melt. Karen was reading a story to her son. She thought he had fallen asleep. She looked at him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and started smiling. Karen asked him why he wasn't sleeping. Needy said he couldn't sleep in such a beautiful house. Karen looked at him wondering if Needy was surprised because he didn't know he had a father. Karen asked him to keep the secret and she would tell him everything. The boy was surprised, and Karen said that when she met his father, he was bewitched by a monster toad. She said that she read him a fairy tale about a prince, a princess, and a monster. The characters in the tale were her, and Karen said that his father is the man they met in the morning, the one with red eyes. Needy was upset and couldn't understand how his father couldn't recognize him. Karen said that his father hadn't yet gotten over the curse that the monster had placed on him, and that's why he doesn't remember his family. And if he does remember them, the monster will find him and take him away. Karen said that for this reason he must keep everything a secret, and when he grows up, he will become a knight. And then he will be able to fight the monster. And when he defeats, Needy wanted to wake up his mother. The boy really wanted to go feed the fish that were in the yard. Karen didn't want to wake up. The little boy was very happy that he came to see the fish. He wanted to feed them. He looked at them and was surprised by their beauty and the fact that there were so many of them. He wanted to feed them so much that he accidentally dropped the bucket and the spatula. Unfortunately, it fell into the fountain with fish. But suddenly he remembered that he had a new friend who would definitely help him cope and get the shovel. He looked around, but he was nowhere to be found, and decided to go and look for him somewhere else. The Archduke arrived at his estate. He and his butler began to discuss military matters. He, by the way, asked if anything important had happened while he had been away. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a little boy. The Archduke noticed him running and could not understand what had happened. The Archduke asked his companion what the young boy was doing on his estate alone without an escort. He did not know what to answer. Niti was very upset because he couldn't find his new friend to help him. He stood there and cried furiously. He really wanted to get his shovel, and he couldn't find help. The Archduke asked him what had happened. The boy was so frightened by his arrival that he almost fell. The man looked at him and froze in confusion. The little boy looked at him in tears and did not know what to call him because he knew that this man was his dad, but he could not address him like that. The young boy said that he was looking for his friend to help. The butler said that Oslo was busy with errands outside, so they had to help him themselves and calm him down immediately. Niti began to cry even more because he thought that no one could help him. He was very worried about his spatula. The Archduke said that he would help him and asked where the shovel was. Niti was very glad that he would help him get the shovel now. The Archduke carried the young boy in his arms. He was surprised at how light the young boy was. He asked him if he was eating well. Niti was shocked and did not know what to answer. Niti knew that he would be scolded for eating too much. He remembered his grandfather saying that any scraps were a luxury for them. Niti said that he eats once a day. The Archduke was shocked. The Archduke angrily asked what was going on and how they could eat like that. The man ordered his companion to call all the servants and promised to figure out what was going on. The Archduke did not understand how a girl could raise a child alone without servants and do all the household chores. He did not understand how the Archduke took the little boy's shovel out of the fountain. Niti was overjoyed that he had been helped. The Archduke said that if the boy ever got into trouble like that, Karen came running to their noise. She hugged her son, and he ran to her joyfully and hugged her back. She was very worried about him, as she had been looking for him for a long time. She looked in surprise at the men who were standing near the fountain. The Archduke was very displeased. The man looked at Karen and said that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. He looked at her and noticed that she looked a little ill. He looked at her and asked if it was true what he had heard, that the little boy only ate once a day. Karen was very surprised by this question and said that it couldn't be. The man looked at her and said that he had personally heard this information from the little boy. The Archduke told the young lady that if she was having a hard time living without a maid, she should have told him about it right away, instead of leaving the— Karen approached her son and asked him if they ate 3 times a day, and also said that she baked him cookies. She said that he should tell his— Karen hesitated a little and told her son that their life was much better now and different from before. The Archduke did not understand what was happening and how this could be. Karen looked at the man and said that her child was just a little confused and everything was fine with them. The man was furious. He didn't understand what had happened to them before and why they were behaving like that. So he said Karina was shocked. She didn't understand why he needed to go somewhere himself and watch how they lived. She did not stop him, and they went into the house. The Archduke did not walk, but simply flew, because he wanted to quick— When they entered the kitchen, he saw food on the table. The man thought that the young lady was not lying to him. Since there really was, he was puzzled by the whole situation. He asked her if she knew how to cook and use other ingredients. The girl hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The Archduke looked at her and said that usually noble ladies do not know how to cook, and there is nothing wrong with that. He intended to send her a servant so that they would live in— The Archduke told his subordinate that they would dine together today, and he asked that food be prepared for 3. The girl was puzzled. The Archduke and Karen were sitting on the terrace drinking tea. The man asked the girl if she would like to find a tutor for her son. Looking at her, he said that from now on they would eat together. The girl was puzzled by his persistence. He said that even his work would not interfere with him. Karen looked at him and asked if he himself hadn't told her to live quietly and not create unnecessary problems for him. She didn't understand why The Archduke sipped his tea calmly. He said in a quiet voice that he had his reasons for this. Karen didn't like the whole situation very much. She didn't understand why she had to talk to him, let alone eat at the same table every day. The girl told her companion that if he wanted, he could only eat with her son. The man was furious at her words. He did not understand what she wanted to say. Karen looked away and said that they were still in a marriage of convenience, and if he needed her, she would obediently. She looked at him and said that he should not worry about her daily life. Since she does not want to be too noticeable, she also added that if a man tried. The man was puzzled by her words. He wanted to continue the conversation, but the butler came and said that their dinner was ready. Karen said she didn't want to eat and asked if she could go to her room. The man was in a bad mood, so he said she was free to choose. Karen decided to go to her room. She was very tired and could not think of anything except a warm bed. She lay down on the bed and fell asleep in an instant. Nidhi was very happy with such delicious food. He praised the food very much and said that it was the first time in his life that he was eating such delicious food. From all the boy's emotions, it was easy for the Archduke to guess what he liked. The man asked the young boy how his mother cooked. The mischievous boy said that when his mother cooks, she is the most beautiful, because she wakes up and walks only when she needs to cook food. The man was surprised by the boy's words and asked him if his mother usually lay in bed all day. The mischievous boy confirmed his words and said that if he himself did not tell his mother what he wanted to eat, she would not cook any. The man thought that the girl might have a depressive disorder. Unfortunately, he had already met a person with such problems. It was a general who was captured by the Archduke's companion asked his master to be a little kinder to the Duchess. The Archduke promised that he would do his best, as he was trying very hard. The Archduke came to his wife and said that they would eat together. Karen was very surprised as she did not want to spend time with him. Karen got her son ready for school and told him to be sure to listen to the teacher. The boy happily said that he would definitely listen to him, and the boy looked at his mother with a puzzled expression as she was a little pale. He said that she must eat very well. Suddenly, a male voice was heard behind them. The Archduke told the boy not to worry and to go to school calmly, and he would immediately look after. Karina was shocked and did not understand what the man was doing near their estate, but the Archduke did not look at her. He asked the boy to be attentive in class. Nidhi was in a hurry to get to class. He wanted to get started quickly and ran to the carriage in his joy. The man invited Karen to go with him to lunch. She meekly agreed, and when they were sitting at the table, she asked him why he was acting like that. He looked at her and said that no matter what, they were still a family and should pay at least a little attention to each other. She was puzzled by this answer and said that she would not mind if he ignored her. The man was puzzled. He said that he was against it and asked her if she really considered him a very bad person. The girl did not meant nothing, and that they should not live like strangers. She said that she would play the role of a wife perfectly, and Karen asked if he was afraid of her. The man didn't answer. She said that she would do everything necessary to play her role properly, so he shouldn't worry about anything. The girl decided not to continue the meaningless conversations and slowly walked away. The servant asked the man how their dinner had gone. The man was furious and said that their conversation had not gone well at all. The servant suggested that the master should make some gift to his wife. The Archduke was angry. The servant said that she was his wife after all. The man said that it was only on paper. So he saw no point in pretending and playing. The servant said he would not speak of it again. He was worried that his master might regret what he had said. The Archduke thought it was funny, and he didn't understand what he could regret. Karen was very worried about her son, because he would sleep alone without her for the first time. The girl asked if he would cry. Karen admired her son. She remembered how the servant told her that the boy was already much smarter than his peers. The man suggested that she let Nidhi go. Karen was very proud of her son, as he had grown a lot and became independent. The Archduke approached them. He wanted to see the boy off. Nidhi was very happy to see the man. In his joy, he ran to him to hug him. The Archduke wished the little boy a good journey. Nidhi was very happy. He thanked the man, and he ran to the carriage in a hurry. He said goodbye to everyone and left. Karen was very grateful that the Archduke had come to see Nidhi off. She thanked him and asked if she could go now. Since she didn't want to take up his time, he grabbed her hand and asked if they could talk in private. The man said that the conversation would not take long. He looked at her and was surprised. Karen asked the man to let her go because she felt uncomfortable. She was a little confused by the man's behavior. The Archduke apologized to the young lady for forcing her to dine with him. To his regret, he had not thought of her feelings, and that was rather selfish of him. Karen said that everything was fine, so he had no need to apologize. The man said he didn't want to bother with marriage or having an heir, so he just wanted to find a partner he could work with. He said that was why he couldn't just leave the girl alone. Karen hesitated. She didn't understand what kind of relationship he wanted to see between them then. The man didn't know what to say. He wasn't ready for such. The girl was surprised. He looked down and said that she herself said that she did not want to have a close relationship. In his opinion, Karen didn't know what she should do or how to behave, because she had never had a friend before. She didn't know what the terms of friendship would be, but she knew. After thinking for a while, the girl accepted his offer of friendship. They shook hands as a sign of agreement and understanding. Karen was fast asleep. Suddenly, she heard a rustling and strange noise. The Archduke said that it was already noon and he had become very hungry while waiting for her. Karen was in shock and didn't understand why he was waiting for her. Her reaction made him laugh. He smiled and said that he wanted to have a meal with a friend he had recently made. The man said that Nidhi would be back soon, so she had better get ready. He asked if he needed to call the servants so that she could. The man sat and thought about her words. He thought her behavior was strange, since most children of aristocrats live in abundance and almost never do such things on their own. They can't even. The girl left the room wearing only a towel. The man was shocked. He thought she had gone crazy. Karen calmly said that she needed to get dressed. The man was shocked and furious. He shouted that she was completely crazy because she decided to do such things. He stole a glance at her and saw that her back was covered in scars. The Archduke thought that she looked like an unfortunate tree, battered by the wind. The man could not understand. The Archduke remembered all the words and behavior of the girl and the boy. His puzzle came together. He realized that she had been repeated. The man walked down the corridor. He noticed that the girl was dressed in the same clothes as yesterday. The man told his companion that she could call him by his first name. After all, friends usually call each other by their first name. The man asked if they should act like regular spouses. Karen was scared and didn't understand what he was talking about. She asked if she had somehow neglected her duties as his wife. She begged him fervently to tell her what she had done wrong. He said that she was innocent and had done nothing. Karen was confused. She did not understand the reason for. Buster said he was very lonely. Karen decided to touch his forehead. He did not understand what the girl was doing. Karen said that everything was fine and he did not have a fever. Karen asked him how he was feeling. Buster hesitated and said he wasn't feeling well. Buster thought he had a lot to learn before he could start socializing. Buster looked at the young lady and suggested that they live together in the mansion. He said that he wanted them to move in with him by the end of the month. This was very unexpected for the girl. She asked him if he even understood what he was talking about. Buster told her not to be so surprised, because he should have done it earlier. He wanted the girl to live like a real duchess. Buster was pleased that the girl knew the internal management of the estate, as it would be useful to her in the future. Karen screamed furiously that she couldn't move, and she said that if she had done something wrong, she would fix it. She begged him. He grabbed her hand and said that she was a grand duchess from high society, and no one had the right to even raise their head and look into her. Buster promised her that he would never forgive anyone who tried to harm her in any way. He said that her father, too. Karen laughed wildly. The man was shocked by such a reaction, because it was the first time he saw her smile. Her smile was imprinted in his heart. She thanked him for his warm and kind words. The Archduke said that such a reaction symbolized the agreement. The girl asked cautiously if such actions would be normal. He looked at her. Buster was serious. Karen shouted after him that she was not ready to live next to other people. Karen asked Buster for a separate room, but he just looked at her and said that they were married. Karen begged him tearfully. He was persistent and refused her. Buster came up to her and said that he had already decided everything, not as the one who bought her, but as her husband. Buster said that first, he took her hand and they walked. Karen held his hand and remembered that night. She remembered the warmth of his hands. Nidhi ran up to Karen. He, at full speed, carried to his beloved mother. Buster pulled the boy away and picked up the kitten. He told Nidhi that he shouldn't jump on his mother like that anymore. The little boy didn't understand what was going on. He started crying. Karen said it was okay and she could wear it. Karen was shocked. She came up to them and said that it was not so and that she could easily lift and carry her son. Buster was carrying Nidhi and asked him how his children's workshop had gone. Nidhi said he had made many new friends. Karen looked at them. The Duke dismissed all the servants and they were left alone. Karen thanked him. Buster asked her if she could hold meetings as a duchess from time to time. Buster woke Karen up because she had a nightmare. The girl was embarrassed. He asked her to come to him. The girl obediently went. Buster hugged her with all tenderness. Buster asked her if she wanted to work out. The girl didn't want to. She wrapped herself in a blanket and lay still. Buster decided not to give up. He asked the young lady if she wanted to go to the night festival with him. She was in shock. In her emotion, Karen didn't expect Buster to be so close. She stared at his face and became embarrassed. He said with a smile that he finally saw her face. Karen was uncomfortable and asked not to come close to her. Karen said that she had a hard time being in crowded places. Then he decided to ask her if she wanted to go to a masquerade ball with him. The girl was surprised. Karen asked if she needed to wear a mask to hide her identity. Buster said that only masked people could enter. Karen addressed him formally, but the man told her to stop thinking about formalities and to address him simply by his name. He said that they were engaged and Buster, looking at his wife, remembered the young stranger. He was ashamed that he suddenly remembered her in front of his wife. Buster said that she was a duchess and she would have to communicate with a lot of people. Karen hesitated and said that she had never had a conversation with anyone except her father. Buster told her not to worry, since they could practice communicating from time to time. Karen was surprised and Buster listened to her, but again he remembered his stranger. He was sure that her voice was like the stranger's. He had a familiar feel. Karen said she always had to check with her father before she went anywhere. She asked if she now had to check with him before she went anywhere. Buster said she could find him in the study, or ask Vincent where he was. Buster asked how old Nightens was. The girl did not expect such a question, but she obediently answered that the boy was 2 years old. Buster considered that if the boy was 2 years old plus the 9 months she carried him, Buster asked how exactly the boy's father had died. Karen was not prepared for such questions. She was very nervous. Buster said that he had to tenderly add the boy to the family register and wanted all. Karen said that if this was causing him problems, he didn't need to add Nidhi to the family register. Buster was surprised and asked what she was talking about. Karen wanted to raise her son free and unburdened by a title. She sincerely wanted her son not to fight for power. Buster asked, puzzled, what she was hinting at. Karen said that there were more worthy ones to become his heir. She looked away from him and said that it would even be good if he had a relationship with someone else. He did not understand. Buster stormed out of the manor in a rage. Vincent met him on the way. The man was puzzled by his master's mood. He asked how it had gone. Buster was angry. Vincent kept asking the gentleman what had happened because he wanted to help him. But Buster said nothing, only asked if he thought he was handsome. The servant said that the gentleman was. Buster asked Vincent where Thread was. The man said that the boy had gone on a mini expedition with his shovel. The man noticed that the gentleman had taken a great liking to. Vincent said that what interested him most was the fact that the boy looked so much like the master. Buster realized that he was not the only one who noticed the resemblance. Buster knew that there were too many similarities between Karen and that girl. Buster told the servant that he wanted to know who really got Karen pregnant 3 years ago. The servant said that he would do everything and that he had nothing to worry about. He left and left the master alone with his thoughts. Buster decided to go and see Nitty on his expedition. Nitty was very happy to see the man. He jumped into his arms in joy. Buster asked the boy what he was. Buster looked at Nitty and saw himself in his youth. The boy was very similar to the master, in his eyes and even in his features. Buster showed the boy that you can mix sand with water and get a much better. Buster asked the boy if he ever wanted to see his father. Nitty knew the truth, and he also knew that he couldn't tell his dad the truth because the monsters. Nitty came up to Buster and asked him if he liked his mother. Buster said that he liked her, and Nitty did too. The boy was very happy. Buster asked the boy if he wanted to go to the night festival with him. Nitty didn't know what it was. Buster said it was a very fun night fair. Buster asked the boy if his grandfather had ever hurt his mother. The boy hesitated, but he told everything. Nitty said that his grandfather was with his mother every day. She often bled, and that's why she always cried. Nitty cried uncontrollably. Buster comforted him. The man said that everything would be fine and he was there. Nitty said that they lived in a dark place, under the stairs. Buster was in shock. He couldn't believe they had gone through such torture. He hated the Viscount. Buster told the boy not to cry or worry. He would figure it out and pay his grandfather back 100-fold. Nitty didn't understand what he was talking. Nitty thought for a moment. He threw himself into Buster's arms and thanked him for his help. Buster said that he didn't need to thank him. Since they were one family, Buster asked Nitty how long he would call him uncle, since he wanted him to call him daddy. Nitty hesitated. He knew that if the monster heard him calling him daddy, it would take him. Nitty said it was too early and ran away from Buster. The man was surprised, but he smiled as he looked after him. Buster screamed furiously. He could not wake his wife. When she woke up, he said that she promised to be ready at 10. Karen was shocked by what he was doing. Buster said that it was already time for the meal, so she would eat in what she was wearing. Nitty ran up to his mother in joy. Karen noticed that the boy woke up earlier than usual. Buster said that he had many different masks in his storeroom, so they could choose any they liked. Buster said that he just collected them, since he attended this event. When she saw Karen's food, she said that she had been given too big a portion. Buster said that it was the recommended portion for a grown lady. Karen started eating and really liked it. The food was completely different from what she cooked. The spices gave the dish an even more refined taste. Buster said he had received an invitation to the Emperor's birthday party. Karen knew that attendance at such an event was mandatory for the court. She said she had no choice but to go. Karen knew there would be consequences if they didn't come. Buster said it was his job to cater to the Emperor's whims. He had no doubt that Karen would be the most beautiful lady at the ball. Buster said that her father would not even dare to approach her. He smiled and told her to remember that Buster said that if she hadn't yet worked up the courage to go out, they could try another time. He also said that in any case, the choice was entirely hers. Karen said that she needed to think about it. Neatons chose a rabbit mask. Karen was surprised and said that there were lion and leopard masks. Neatons said that the rabbit had red eyes like him. Karen looked at Buster and asked why he chose the wolf mask. Buster said he was simply following the legend of the red-eyed wolf. Buster asked why she chose the fox. Karen said that the mask is the same color as Nitty's mask. Nitty said that his mask is friends with his mommy's mask. Karen said with a smile on. Karen said that if Buster was lonely, he could become a white wolf and join them. Buster didn't respond. People on the street admired the beauty of the fair. Buster said that the masks of the spirit world are the main event of the festival. Karen said that unfortunately she doesn't know the stories. Buster said that in the South there is a legend that there is a secret passage through which spirits enter their world. But it opens only. There was an opinion that spirits and some animals could pass through the secret passage. That is why people put on animal masks to penetrate the world, spirits, and see what it is like. Karen was very interested. After all, she had never heard of anything like this. She was having a lot of fun. Buster saw a shop with masks. He asked his companions to wait a little while. He went and bought a white wolf mask. He said that he bought the white mask only because it was very rare. His nice companions knew that he was a fraud. He just wanted to wear a white mask. Buster urged them on. They went deeper into the fair. Karen saw so many people. The girl remembered all their conversations. People despised and condemned the poor girl. She felt sick. Buster ran up to her. He didn't understand what was happening. The girl was in a panic. She heard many voices in her head. She frantically asked for help. Buster tore off her mask and began to calm her down. Karen came to her senses and quietly laid her head on her husband's shoulder. He told her that as long as she was with him, everything would be fine. Karen raised her head and said that she would not give in. She knew that she needed to live for her son and for a better life. Her men were very worried about her, but Karen assured them one by one that she was fine. Buster offered them fried vegetables. Needy and Karen were skeptical about such a treat. Buster assured them that the treat was very— As soon as they tried the vegetables, they were stunned. They really liked it. Needy ate the treat in no time. Karen asked if he wanted to eat her treat as well, since she didn't want any more. Needy said he was full and wanted his mother to eat. Buster looked at them and told them to stop acting like that and thinking about money. Karen just smiled and said nothing. She liked Buster's concern. Buster looked at Karen and said she needed to buy more dresses. Karen said she was happy with the 5 she had. Buster said he didn't think that was enough. Buster thought for a moment and said that they should call the self-proclaimed itinerant designer. Buster noticed that he was a very eccentric— Karen asked how he knew such a free soul. Buster said that the man had been to the Empire a week ago. Karen remarked that they were lucky. Buster asked Nitty if he wanted a new toy. Nitty was happy and said he would like one very much. Two months passed. Karen and Buster were drinking tea. Nitty ran up to them. He told his mother that he had already returned. Nitty saw Buster and said that he had already returned home. Buster said with a smile that he had already realized it, and asked the boy— Buster and Karen were left alone. Buster said that they had become very close lately, and he asked when— The girl hesitated and said that she thought he didn't like children. Buster said that they were different, and he liked spending time with them. Karen said she was very glad that they were able to become good friends. Karen thanked Buster for being in her life. She said that if it weren't for him, she would have been sold to someone else, and who knows what would have happened to her. Buster was shocked. Karen said that the Count wanted to buy her. Buster realized who the girl was talking about. Now Karen knew she had acted rashly. She had made this choice when she was young and naive, but now she wished she had thought it through. She was terrified of what the poor child had gone through. Karen knew she had to find another choice, even if it meant hurting herself. But she had no choice but to get pregnant. Karen was grateful to Buster for giving her and Nitty. The man knew that even if it was a refusal, he had no right not to argue, since he respected her decision, but still his heart was heavy. The man told the young lady that they had found a designer who would make her a dress. Karen asked him what he was like. Buster said that he looked a bit like a fox. Karen said that it sounded really— Karen said she had a question for Buster. She was very curious about how attractive he was by beauty standards. Buster was very hesitant because he didn't expect such a question. He said he didn't even know, but he thought he was very ordinary. Karen was confused. She heard his answer and realized that if he considered himself ordinary, then she fell into the category of ugly people. She did not consider herself as— Buster told her not to get carried away by the young designer. Karen agreed with him, but she also asked him why he married her. Buster was shocked. He did not know what to answer. He asked why Karina asked him why he had married such an unattractive woman like her. The man was shocked. He did not understand how such a ridiculous idea. The girl knew that he had refused the princess's offer. The man hesitated and asked how she knew. The girl said that she had ears and that the servants were always willing to go. The man said that they were not made for each other, as the princess is very narcissistic and often behaves like a child and wants all her whims to be fulfilled. The girl said that she understood everything and understood that appearance was not important to him. That is why she became his wife. He was shocked and said that in fact everything was not. Buster asked her if she had thought about the emperor's birthday. The girl hesitated. She did not know what to answer him. She asked if there would be children besides Thread. The man said that the young lady hesitated. She didn't know if she should go just for her son's sake, but she wanted him to grow up surrounded by friends with whom he could have fun. The man said that he wanted her to think about herself. He asked her if she wanted to take revenge on her father. The girl was confused. Karen said that if he had helped her, she would have been grateful, of course. But after such actions, he would have become someone she would have feared and not respected. The girl added that then she would not grow up at all. Karina had always thought about it. She really wanted to deal with her father on her own. And after that, she would be able to do something more. But now, the man agreed with her and said that he would then inform the servants so that they could prepare everything for the trip to the emperor's feast. Karen looked at her husband and asked him not to leave her alone, because with him she felt she could move on. He looked at her and said that if that was what she wanted, a young man was walking late at night accompanied by some young gentlemen. He kept saying that he was very cold. The other men hurried him, but he was angry. One of the men could not stand his whining any longer. He grabbed him, threw him on his back, and carried him. The young gentleman screamed to let him go. As he could walk, the young gentleman was furiously angry. He shouted that he would kill everyone and would never forgive them for such behavior. He shouted that he was a skilled. The young gentlemen hurried as best they could. They did not want to be delayed, as they wanted to complete the task as quickly as possible. Karen thought about her husband's words. She knew that she wanted to take revenge on her father, but to her regret, she did not know how to do it. The girl was afraid that her father might find out who her son's real father was and do something very bad to them. He could use this connection to discredit the Archduke. Karen thought that if her husband found out the truth about their son, he would most likely think that she was just using him. But the girl knew that sooner or later she would have to tell him the truth. Karen knew that for this she would have to become much stronger. Buster came to Karen. He touched her gently and said that she was a real sleepyhead. He told her that she needed to get ready because the designer had already arrived. Buster said she had been sleeping for quite a while and asked if she had trouble sleeping. The girl said she was fine and just very warm and cozy in bed. She asked when her room would be ready. Buster hesitated a little. Karen said that she hadn't stayed in his room for long, but he had told her that he would prepare a room for her. The man looked at her and asked if she would like to stay with him. Buster told her she didn't have to worry about anything. He could sleep in an awkward position and he wouldn't care about her nightmares. The girl was a little surprised. The man said he would always be there for her. Karen felt very awkward. She said that she urgently needed her own room to avoid such situations. Karen thought about it for a while. Buster said it was because he slept next to her, and added that she had nothing to be ashamed of, because everyone needed some. Karina considered herself a burden because at their first meeting, he said not to bother him. And she did not want to bother him or put a spoke in his wheel. The young man said that everything was not so at all, and Buster said that they had to leave already, so she had to get ready. Karen was very surprised by all his words. She was very pleased. She noticed that he blushed a little. Karen saw Buster and asked him why he was waiting for her. The man said he would accompany her. Buster said Basta said that they would not be able to meet tomorrow because he had important things to do. Karina said that he was fine. She understood. Buster said that she could do anything since she was his wife. Karen smiled a little and asked what would happen tomorrow. Karen remembered the day they first met. His eyes were a little different. Now everything became clear to her. Today, Buster looked at his wife and said that she did not look surprised. Karen said that everyone takes their time, and he was no exception. She also entered the room. They saw a mess and a sleeping young designer. Buster was angry. He grabbed him by the shirt and dragged him to the balcony. The young man screamed furiously. But later he noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time and said that the Archduke looked beautiful, as always. The man said, sitting on the floor, the young designer told Buster that despite his high position in society, he could not threaten to kill anyone. Buster said that it was very funny to see him try. The young designer asked Buster why he needed so many dresses. The young Archduke said he needed clothes for his wife and son. The young man was shocked that Buster had married and had a child. Buster said that the boy was attending classes. The young man hesitated. Buster introduced the designer to his young wife. The young designer was shocked, and he desperately wanted to know the truth from the girl. He persistently asked if the young designer introduced himself, and Karina remembered his name. He was a famous designer, and all the women of high rank wore his clothes. Buster said that he had been cast out of his family. Karen was surprised and shocked. Karen said that perhaps she had offended him with her reaction. The young man said that she had not. Karina said that she really admired his decision. He simply followed his own path and also followed his dream, and no one stood in his way. A young man approached Buster and said that he was wearing clothes that he had made with his own hands. The girl was surprised and really liked it. She praised him. The young man said that he would definitely make her dresses. He also added that he did not know if he could make a large number, but at least he could make it. Buster said that the young man should work on the formal dress for now, as it was necessary for the emperor's ball. Otherwise, he could take his time. The young man thought that he used a special cloth because it was impossible to find in this world. Karen had heard that spirits entered their world, but she had never seen anything like it. The man explained to her that the girl admired the beautiful fabric with great passion. She had never seen anything like it. Karen asked if she could accept such an amazing thing. The girl showed her husband the fabric, and they admired it together. Karina said that she wanted to make a lot of cute clothes. The boy stood and watched their conversation. He was shocked that Buster was actually enjoying the conversation. He had never seen such a gentle expression on his face. He knew that Buster always bossed. The young man said that they needed to take measurements. Karen agreed and started to undress. Buster was shocked. Buster asked if the designers and tailors were men. The girl confirmed his words. He asked if they did anything strange. Karina was puzzled as she understood their strange behavior at work. She apologized to her husband. Buster asked why she was apologizing. The girl could not answer him. She was confused. A servant came to them and said that the threads would be returning home. Buster told Sun to go first. He wanted to be alone with his wife and talk for a while. Sun obediently went down. He realized that after everything that had happened, he had to leave them alone. Buster and Karen were left alone. Buster said he wasn't mad at her. He was only mad at the Viscount and those pathetic tailors. The girl realized it was all because of her ignorance. But Buster said that he found it very difficult to understand what she was thinking, so he wished she would express herself more directly. Karen was puzzled and shocked by the whole thing. Karen said she felt like there were a lot of things in the world she didn't know and couldn't do. Buster didn't want her to apologize all the time. He wanted her to be happy and smile more often. Buster asked her if she likes anything else. Karen looked at him with a smile and said that she liked him now too. She said that it had been many years since she had met someone as kind as him. Buster asked if Nidhi's father had been kind to her. The girl recalled that night with a smile and warmth and said that the young man had been very gentle with her. Karen said he wouldn't do that. Buster couldn't understand why she trusted him so much. He said he had a report to take care of, so they could only see. Buster left the room when suddenly he saw a scout from behind him. Buster asked what he wanted to report. The man said that they had inspected the villages and realized that Buster said he should make sure that each village isolated the infected. He also said the man should pay attention to the water supply. Buster said that Buster asked the young man to call all the interested parties together so that they could formulate a plan of action. The man meekly agreed and left the Archduke alone. Buster knew he would have to leave home for a while. He was very worried about being away from home. He sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to his family. It was already dark. The man was left alone with himself. A curse was waiting for him. He knew that the curse ran in the blood of his family. It could never be lifted. Instead of telling, he handed over the title of Archduke and disappeared with his wife. Buster did not see his father and mother for more than 5 years. Buster was puzzled. He was thinking about his curse when he heard a knock on the door. He was shocked because he didn't expect anyone at that time and on that day. It was Karen who knocked on his door. Karen asked in a gentle voice if she could enter his room. The surprised man allowed her to enter. He was waiting for her, looking out the window, and Karen calmly entered the office. Buster was surprised that she had decided to come to him on such a night. He calmly asked her what had brought her to him at such a late hour. She looked at him closely and realized that she was right, because her husband and the man from her last meeting were the same person. Karen looked at him and with all the warmth in her voice said that she came because it was already too late before release, and he still had not come to her. Buster smiled and asked if she was worried about him. Karen said she was worried about him. Buster invited his wife to sit next to him. Karen meekly agreed. The girl noticed that the man had been having a hard time lately. Karen looked at him and said that he should be careful at night, and especially not go into dark alleys. Buster was surprised and didn't understand why she was talking about dark alleys. Karen was confused. When talking to her husband, his image and their first meeting appeared in her head. The girl hesitated, but pulled herself together and said that she said so because she was worried that he might rummage somewhere. Buster smiled and thanked his wife for her concern. Buster looked at his wife and asked if there was anything that was bothering her or making her uncomfortable. Karen looked at her husband. The girl said that her life was like a fairy tale. Buster was surprised. Karen looked at him and said that sometimes she was surprised. The girl thought for a moment and said that all the changes started with Nightons. Buster said with sadness in his voice that this would not have happened if she had not met that man 3 years ago. Karen said with a smile that that meeting was a turning point in her life. She knew that it was destined that Buster was upset, and looking away, he said that he believed that she had never been able to forget the man. Karen smiled and said that she couldn't forget him. She knew that she couldn't forget him because he was sitting right in front of her. Buster was puzzled and did not answer her. She looked at him intently, not understanding why Buster was so upset. Karen looked at her husband, smiling, and remained silent for a while. A moment later, Karen said that she was very happy because she was able to meet him. Buster was surprised. Karen said she felt like she had a reason to move on after coming to the estate. She said he gave her the strength to move on and watch her son grow up. Buster said that he understood her feelings perfectly. Karen was surprised, but she was pleased. Buster said that he was an unbearable child because he constantly rebelled against his father. Karen looked into her son's room and told him to wake up because it was time for him to go to school. Karen was surprised that her little boy slept longer than her, and she asked him with a smile what was wrong. After she came closer, she became alarmed because she saw his condition. Karen was scared and didn't understand what was wrong with her son. Karen ran to the bed and screamed frantically and called her boy's name. Needy made continuous sounds. She was scared and worried. She picked him up and realized that he was all on fire. Karen was frightened by her son's condition and did not understand who could help him. Karen rushed to the door and screamed frantically. She called for her husband. Karen rushed into the hallway with lightning speed in search of her husband. She screamed and ran. Karen hurried to her husband and, not noticing the steps, stumbled and almost fell. Karen caught Buster. She was very happy to see him. He was puzzled by his wife's behavior. He calmly asked if she was okay. Karen did not answer. She was worried. Buster asked what was wrong, as she was very puzzled about something. Karen, in turn, Buster stood frozen in shock, looking at his wife. Buster looked at Vincent and told him to call Holly immediately. Vincent, in turn, said that he would do everything immediately. Buster looked at his wife and said that they needed to go back to Nitty. Karen agreed with her husband and they went to the boy. Karen looked at her husband and son. She was happy and relieved when her husband came to her aid. But unfortunately, she realized that she felt useless. She knew that if she were a perfect countess, she would be able to make her own decision and not have to worry about Buster. She knew that then she wouldn't be so worried. Buster looked at the boy and said that they had problems. Buster looked at the boy and told Karen to stay away from her son until the doctor arrived. Karen was confused as she did not understand what her husband was talking about. Buster stared at little Nitty. He calmly asked, "Did his wife notice she has a rash on his body?" Karen said that when he said that, she remembered seeing a rash on her son's body. Buster said the boy most likely had an infection. She asked with tears in her eyes if it was really an infection. She didn't believe him until the very end. She didn't understand where and when her son could have caught the Buster said that an uncontrollable epidemic was beginning to spread in the South. So he had been very busy for a while. Karen couldn't understand how her son could have been infected. Buster said that most likely one of his peers was infected, and later infected Nitty. Karen was seriously scared. She ran to her husband and screamed frantically. She wanted to know if there was a cure for the disease and if it was fatal. Buster looked at his wife and said that he would do everything in his power to help Nitty. He promised to find a way out and asked her to trust. She looked at him with tears in her eyes but did not answer. Karen looked at her son. He was lying feverishly in bed. She was very worried about him and wanted him to run around the house again, carefree. And Karen looked at her husband and asked if he was sure he had caught the infection from the South. Buster said he thought he probably had. He said the doctors hadn't been able to pinpoint it. Karen looked at her husband tenderly and said that she understood everything. Karen thought for a moment. She desperately wanted to do everything to make her son get better. Karen said she was sure she had read about similar symptoms somewhere before. She knew there was a small chance that her son could be saved. Karen knew. Buster was surprised, as he did not understand where she could read such information. Karen looked at her son and said that she thought he had already had such symptoms. She knew that he had already been through a similar disease and was able to recover easily. The doctor came in to apologize to them. Buster was pleased that Holly had come. He sincerely hoped that he would examine the fry and tell him what was wrong with him. The doctor was a little puzzled that his master called him Holly, since his name was Holland. Buster said that it was unimportant and that it was necessary to. The doctor began his examination. He was puzzled by the boy's condition, because he immediately understood what was going on. Nitty was feverish and writhing in bed. His condition was far from satisfactory. Karen and Buster stared at the boy. Cold looked at the boy with a puzzled expression and said that Nitty had an infectious disease that had appeared in the South. He was worried about the young master's condition, as he knew that he could not do much. The doctor looked at the gentleman and lady and said that all his symptoms were the same as the infection. So he was sure that the boy had contracted exactly the same infection that was going around in the South. He was saddened by the fact that he was. The doctor looked at Karen with a puzzled expression and timidly asked who she was, since he had not seen her before, and Buster had not introduced her. Buster looked at Karen and said that she was his wife. The doctor was surprised because he did not know that his master had wives. He was very surprised because he knew that. After a moment of surprise, the doctor greeted Karen and said that he was very glad to meet her. He also introduced himself, saying that he was the doctor of the southern region, and he was also the personal physician of the Archduke. Holland said they were currently conducting research to find a way to stop the epidemic. He said it was fortunate that the disease was caught very early, so the boy's prognosis should be good. Karina was glad to hear such an answer from the doctor. She hoped that with his help, her son would recover faster. Buster looked at Karen and said that she had recently mentioned a book that described similar symptoms. Of course, he was surprised that she had read such books. The doctor was shocked because he did not know that such a book on medicine existed. He decided to find out about the book with doubt and caution. Karen looked at the doctor. She said that she had read about these symptoms before. She also said that she thought it might be helpful if she shared this information. She knew the doctor was puzzled and wanted to quickly find out what kind of book it was and what information it contained. He was surprised that there was such a book where information about the epidemic was recorded. Since he had read all the publications, Karen said the book was called Folk Medicine, but she didn't think there was an author listed. She knew there were a few lines written, but there was no mention of the author. The doctor was a little confused, as he realized that the book did not represent any scientific information, but he knew that it was necessary to read it. He realized that if there was no author, the book was undoubtedly written by a commoner. He didn't know if there was any point in taking advice from such a. The doctor looked at Karen with a puzzled expression and asked if it was true that the book described similar illnesses. Karen said that it was the book that described. The doctor was at a loss. He realized that he urgently needed to read the book, but he was puzzled by the fact that he needed to read such a. Karen and Buster looked at each other in confusion, desperate for the doctor to start studying the information and treating the boy. The doctor said that he understood everything and would definitely find the book in order to read it carefully. Buster asked the doctor to hurry, because if there was useful information there. Holland saw the book and realized that the symptoms were the same as the disease from the South. He was surprised and amazed that such a book had so much useful information. He realized that the book he was holding in his hands was full of information about diseases he had never even heard of before. It also explained the symptoms. He looked at the book with surprise and studied all the information about diseases. He read a message on one of the pages from the person who wrote the book. The person dedicated the book to the girl who was already in heaven, and to all those who cannot afford doctors to cope with various ailments. Holland was shocked because he knew that he was ashamed of himself as a doctor. Many commoners in their country did not have the means to spend money on a doctor. But still, the young doctor never offered them his help, and after reading the book, he felt uneasy, since he did not help ordinary people when they needed the doctor's help. Meanwhile, an unknown commoner had created such a book. Holland knew that his mistake had led him to overlook such a valuable book. He was amazed that a common man could learn so much useful information. Smiling to himself, he thought that the world was truly vast, and there were many diseases in it that were very rare. The doctor did not understand how the girl knew about such a book. He wanted to talk to her and find out more information about such book. Cold realized that at this point there was no point in guessing where the Archduchess had gotten such a book. He needed to get to work immediately. Karen was next to her son when Buster suddenly called her. She was surprised and jumped up abruptly. After she heard her husband, she felt sick. Buster was confused and went to his wife. He hugged her because he was very worried about her. He asked if she was okay. Karen, confused, said that she was fine. Buster looked at Karen and said that the doctor and his colleagues had finally developed a cure. Karen was very happy because she hoped that her son would recover soon. Buster told his wife that she shouldn't worry so much anymore because soon everything will be fine and the boy will get better. Karen was very happy and hugged. Holland brought his master the medicine and said that with its help the epidemic should subside on. No. Buster looked at the medicine and told the doctor that he had made the medicine faster than expected. Buster was very happy about this because the boy would get better sooner and forget about all the doctor smiled and said that thanks to the Archduchess, they were able to achieve a breakthrough and do everything at an accelerated pace. Buster was surprised and asked how exactly the Archduchess had helped in creating the medicine. The doctor said that the book she had recommended contained the recipe. The doctor said that the book was written by an unknown commoner, and hidden within the book was wisdom and knowledge far beyond his own. He didn't expect this. He looked at the doctor and was a little surprised that such words came from the lips of a selfish doctor. The doctor looked at Buster and said that before the will, such interesting, because it was not a new disease. The disease was similar to the flu. The doctor said he was continuing to study the book along with his research. Buster was a little puzzled and said he was glad to hear that. Buster said that the doctor had worked hard before his release and had managed to create a cure. Holland thanked his master for his kind words. Buster didn't answer, as he was puzzled by the whole situation. Buster came to Karin and asked how she knew about such a book, since such a thing was not something that a noble family would normally keep. Karen looked away into the distance. Buster said that if she didn't want to say anything, she shouldn't force herself. He knew what she had been through, and he genuinely felt sorry for her. He didn't want to pressure her into doing something she didn't want to do. Karen was a little puzzled and said that she simply had no choice. Buster didn't understand what she was talking about. She said that when they lived in the basement, she had to treat her son herself. Buster didn't let her finish because he was confused by her saying they lived in a basement. Karen said that at that time in her life, she simply had no other way to save her son. Karen said that living in a dark basement, they had no other choice. Buster was angry and confused that they had to live in the basement. He couldn't understand how her father could torture her like that. Karen said she was so scared that she cried almost every day, and there was no hope that Nidhi would get better. She said he was getting worse and worse. Karen said she begged her father to call a doctor, but to no avail. She said that in the end, she persuaded the head maid to help her. Karen was on her knees, begging the young girl fervently to help her, as she wanted her son to get better. Karen said that the girl had taken most of her jewelry and had given her that book in return. Buster listened to her story in silence. He was angry that she had to go through this. He knew that he could not forgive the Viscount for treating her like this. Karen said that fortunately she had some savings left and was able to buy the herbs she needed. Karen said that if it wasn't for that book, she might have lost her son, and that was the only way she could take care of him. Buster was angry and confused. Karen was a little puzzled. Of course, she wanted it very much. However, the girl knew that revenge could consume her. She said that she did not think she was. To lighten the mood, Buster said he would give her something later. Karen was surprised that her husband wanted to give her a gift. Buster said he wanted to give her a small gift that would help her move on. He looked at her and said that she would understand what he was talking about when she saw him. Karen was a little confused. Buster stood on the street, lost in thought. Karen was sleeping peacefully when she suddenly heard a noise. Neatons ran up to his sleeping mother and threw himself into her arms. She was very happy to see her son. She was glad that he had recovered. The young boy said that he was already much better and felt as fresh as a cucumber. He was very happy to see his mother after a long separation. Karen was very pleased that her son was already doing much better and said that she felt much better when he was around. After the joyful embrace, she realized that she was in a bed. She was puzzled because she did not understand when she managed to fall asleep in a bed. Buster came to them and said that he brought her because he noticed that she was uncomfortable. Buster said they needed to wash up and have breakfast. Buster said Nitty could go first. Nitty went to the servant, and he took him by the hand, and they walked together so that the boy could tidy himself up. Karen looked at Buster and said that from now on she would be sharing a room with her son. She looked at her husband with bewilderment and said that if they had lived in the same room, she would have been able to understand earlier that he was sick. Karen said that her son was still a child and she couldn't leave him alone. Buster was a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything. Karen said that if they did this, Buster wouldn't have to prepare a room for her. Buster knew his wife was right, but he wasn't happy about it. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He didn't understand why he felt so pathetic and insignificant. Buster looked away and said that she could do whatever she wanted. Karen was very happy and thanked her husband. Buster looked at her with anger. He didn't want to see her like this. Buster said that they were to leave for the capital in a few days. He asked Karen how the preparations for the Emperor's birthday ball were going. Karen said she was working on controlling her anxiety and hoping that everything would go smoothly. She didn't want to let him down. Karen thought for a moment and said that she would like to take lessons from Vincent on how to be an archduchess. Buster was surprised. He looked at her and asked again if he understood correctly that she wanted to take lessons on how to be an archduchess. Karen said that from that moment on, she refused to put up with the way she was living now, and she would work hard to become a model mistress of the estate. Buster was pleasantly surprised by what his wife had said and said that it was a very, very good idea, and he was sure that she would do a great job. Karen said that then she would go and wash herself. Karen started to change, which confused Buster. He asked her in shock why she had suddenly started changing there. Karen was a little puzzled by this question and said that she wanted to wash up before breakfast. Buster looked at his wife, puzzled. He saw the scars on her back. Buster asked her in a shaky voice if her scars hurt. Karen said they didn't hurt anymore and she was fine. Buster asked if he could ask how she got those scars. Karen said she had simply done something wrong. Buster couldn't understand what she had done wrong or to whom. Karen said in a trembling voice that they couldn't sell her to the Count and that was why she was at fault. But she also sometimes thought that it was because of that mistake that she was able to meet Buster. Buster stood and looked at her. He didn't say anything back. He was angry at the man who did this to her. Karen looked at him and said with a smile that she was very grateful that he had accepted her and her son. She was very glad that she was able to leave that house and all its inhabitants. Buster looked at her and said with a smile that he had never once thought of her as a burden. Buster said, looking at his wife, that when he found out about her, he thought they would make a good couple. Karina was confused. She didn't understand why he said. Buster came up to her and hugged her. He said that he was grateful that he had received such a wonderful gift. Karen was confused as she felt a strange feeling. Her heart was beating faster and she was confused about why. Karen asked shyly if he had ever loved anyone. Buster asked her with a smile if he had understood correctly that she was asking if he had ever loved. Buster thought for a moment and said that he met a girl 3 years ago. He looked at his wife with puzzlement and said that he had never met anyone like her since then. Karen was pleasantly surprised because she realized that he had not forgotten her. Her heart fluttered, just from the thought that all this time he remembered her. She was glad, because she thought that he had forgotten her long ago and never remembered their meeting again. Buster looked at his wife and didn't understand her reaction. He was genuinely surprised by her reaction to his words. He had assumed that she would react differently. He looked at her and asked if she was worried about him meeting her again. Karina looked at him in surprise. She knew the whole truth, and she knew that she shouldn't worry about anything. Buster came closer to her, hugged her, and pulled her towards him. She was shocked because he kissed her. Karina looked at her husband with confusion and bewilderment and asked what was wrong with him. He smiled at her and asked what was wrong. She was confused and said that you understand, since they are a couple after all. She said that if this is what he wants, then she will always obey him. Buster was a little puzzled and asked her not to say such a thing again. Buster said there was something about her that made him wild. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was saying such words as if it was his fault. He said with a smile that it was still his fault because his heart was breaking. Karen burst into laughter. Buster looked at her with a smile. He really liked her smile. He looked at her and said that he thought she was beautiful when she smiled. He wanted to see her beautiful smile all the time, even though she was indifferent to him. Buster said that at such moments he felt as if she returned his feelings. He said that his heart fluttered and it confused him. Karen was shocked by such a statement of her husband. Karina looked at him and said that as she had said before and was saying now that they were a couple and she was willing to do anything for him. Buster looked at her in shock. She said that if he ever wanted to do that, she would do everything to satisfy his needs, as it was her duty as a wife. He was angry with his wife. After such words, he distanced himself from her and wanted to leave her as soon as possible, so as not to talk about such a topic anymore. Karen was dumbfounded and she looked at him and called him. Buster asked her to stop such an awkward conversation. He did not like to hear such things. He wanted to hear other words altogether. He said he would go and wash up, and he quickly left Karen, leaving her alone. They were riding in a carriage, and Karen felt so sick to her stomach. Buster looked at her exhausted expression and asked. He looked at her and realized that she was probably not used to long carriage rides. He knew that she would feel better soon after she had some rest, but it was still hard for him to look at her. Karen looked at him and said that she was fine. She didn't want to worry her husband with her health. Buster looked out the window and said that it seemed like it was her first time traveling so far. He said that there was a manor in the capital so they could rest. Karen felt very unwell and agreed to rest a little. Buster smiled at her and told her that she didn't have to worry about anything. He looked at her with a smile and said that he promised her that nothing would happen to her. He said with a smile that it didn't matter what happened. She just had to behave, and Buster smiled and said, "Even if it is the Emperor himself." Needy was surprised and happy that his dad could protect his mom, even from the Emperor himself. Niddy said that Buster seemed to be very strong. Needy was very happy and shouted that he wanted to be as strong as Buster. Niddy shouted that if he could become strong, he would definitely protect his mother and defeat the monster. Karen was puzzled by her son's behavior, and Buster looked at him and asked him if he would like to learn how to fight with a sword. Needy shouted that he would like that very much. Karen was excited and did not understand why Buster wanted to teach her son how to use a sword, because her son was still very young. Needy, in turn, shouted that he wanted to learn how to use a sword. Buster looked at them and said that he could hold a sword at Needy's age. Karen was puzzled and said that he was only 3 years old. Buster said that when they returned home, he would find him a good teacher. Buster said that he would personally make sure that the boy did not get hurt. Needy was very happy. They rode calmly to their estate. Needy fell asleep on his mother's lap. Karen gently stroked her son's head and hugged him. She admired her son. Buster looked at them and said with a smile that she was a very caring mother. Karen said she just wanted to make him happier. Buster told her not to worry that she and her son would be unhappy. He promised her he would do everything he could to make them quietly happy. Karen looked at her husband and thanked him for his warm words towards her. Buster looked at his wife with a smirk. Looking at her, he thought of a cunning plan. A moment later, he sat down next to them. Karen was a little confused after he sat down next to her. Buster looked at her and said that it was necessary to let the boy rest on the other seat, as it seemed to him that they were uncomfortable. Buster gently took the little boy into his arms and told her not to worry and that everything would be okay. Karen said that everything was fine and she could sit next to him. Buster moved closer to his wife. Karen was a little surprised and didn't understand why he was pressed so close to her, since there was a lot of room on the seat. Buster looked at her and said that she was right, and there was plenty of room. She was puzzled and didn't understand why he had sat so close to her then. Buster smiled and said he just wanted to be closer to her. Karen was surprised and didn't understand why he decided to sit next to her. Buster looked her in the eyes and said that it was because he just wanted to take care. She was surprised by her husband's words. Buster looked at her and realized that she was very naive. He was surprised that, being so naive, she was even able to get pregnant. His thoughts were confused, and he did not understand what kind of man Karen had spent her first night with. He looked at her and said that the reason why he was so worried about her was very simple, because he just wanted it that way. Karen looked at her husband in surprise. She was confused by his words. They looked at each other for a moment. Buster pulled her closer to him, and they locked in a passionate kiss. Buster looked at his wife and felt as if something warm filled his heart. It was the first time he had ever felt that way. Karen looked at her husband and called his name. He in turn said nothing and continued to kiss her furiously and with all his passion. They arrived at the estate and were greeted by servants. Karen was a little puzzled as she saw many strangers. Buster gently took her hand and told her that everything would be fine and that she had nothing to worry about. Karen smiled because she felt very strange, but she was sure that if her husband said so, then everything would be fine. And she really did feel much better. The young lady greeted Karen and said that she was very glad to meet her. The young lady introduced herself by saying that her name was Ten and that she was the butler in charge of the Cayenne. Karen was a little surprised to see a female butler. Smiling, Karen said that she was very glad to meet them. Ten asked them to go into the mansion. They followed Ten. Karen was surprised because the mansion was really big. Ten said that the bedroom would be located on the second floor. The young lady showed them the bedroom and said that it was the young master's bedroom. Buster put Nitty on the bed and told Karen that he had to go as he had some things to do. He smiled and asked her to have a good rest. Karen was a little surprised and asked if he was tired, since they had been on the road for a long time. Buster smiled and asked if she was worried about him. Karen said that of course she was worried, since they had both been on the road for a long time, and the butler had been watching every— The shocked lady looked at everything that was happening and did not understand whether it was a dream or reality. She was surprised by the behavior of her master. She knew that the owner was a cruel and irritable person, and as soon as something happens, he immediately takes out his sword. She was shocked, because seeing his smile was like getting a— Buster smiled and said that he would return immediately after the report, and that they could rest for now. Buster looked at Lady and said he had something to talk to her about and they needed to go outside. Ten saw his smile immediately disappear. Buster asked Ten how the Emperor knew they were coming. Ten said she was sure he had his own sources. Ten said that he had been told that she and his wife would come to him before the meal. She also said that the Emperor had said that he would fulfill any of his wishes. Buster, in turn, said that Ten said that if he did not come and accept the offer, he would be arrested for treason. Buster calmly said that the Emperor could do whatever he— Buster asked her if there was anything else she wanted to tell him. 10 said that there was nothing else and that was all the information. Buster said that she could send him a letter. 10 was shocked and did not understand how she could send such a letter, holding such a position. Buster said that 10 said there was a report from the detectives. She said they found him. Buster looked at the lady, puzzled. 10 said they needed to talk in the office. Buster looked at the young man and asked him if they had found out anything about Karen's father. The young man asked the gentleman for forgiveness. The young man said that the whole situation happened so long ago that no one remembers what happened then. Buster said it was strange that 2 of the 3 women who quit died. The young man looked into the distance and said that the whole situation was very strange. Buster looked at him and asked if he had checked the last maid. The boy said that there was difficulty with that question. The young man said that the maid died immediately after he contacted her. Buster was confused and shocked. He realized that the situation was very strange. Something was troubling him. The young man said he supposed the Viscount had a hand in it. Buster looked at him and told him to find more clues. Buster said the boy should be more careful. The boy said he would certainly be careful. Buster looked at him and asked if he had found the woman he had dated 3 years ago. Buster was desperate to know who the stranger was. The young man understood that if he took another step, there would be no turning back. He remembered his girlfriend, who told him that she really wanted to live like a human being. The boy said it was Yvette Pearson Janney. As he spoke the girl's name, he understood that this was the end for him, and that there was no more choice. Buster was surprised, as he did not know that the Count had a daughter. The young man said that the girl was an illegitimate child. Buster was puzzled by this news, because he did not expect to hear such information. He realized that the girl was probably not treated very well at home, and that was why she was wandering the streets that day. Buster asked his 10 if there would be a girl at the party. 10 said the girl had never attended such events. Buster looked at 10 and said that he had to meet the girl. 10 said that she could set a date for the meeting. Buster was puzzled and knew that after their meeting there would be rumors. He was puzzled and was sure that she most likely needed his help. He knew that he needed to arrange a meeting quickly, and he needed to keep his mouth shut. He looked at the men and asked how they were going with their information gathering on the Viscount. The man said that he had a report ready. Buster was very interested to know what was in it. The man said there was more than enough information in the report to be sure he was a terrible person. The man said he didn't think it would be hard to bury the Viscount. Buster smiled and told the man to be ready to do it at any moment. Buster said that while Karen was recovering, it was imperative to catch the Viscount. Buster, walking down the corridor, asked 10, "Did anything strange happen while he was away?" 10 said that everything was. Buster asked 10, "How was the security at the estate?" 10 said there were some minor attacks, but they got through them completely, and there are no more problems. Buster looked at 10 and said that it was hard for Karen to be around a lot of people. So he asked her to take care of her and also to take every word she said as his. 10 smiled and said that she understood everything and would do everything. Buster told her to also watch her diet and not forget about desserts and snacks. 10 said she understood everything and would do all his errands. She asked if he wanted to go to the office. Buster said that he would go to the room today. As he was leaving, Buster told her not to follow him, and if he needed her, he would find her himself. 10 was surprised, and she really liked his happy expression, and she bowed obediently. Buster realized that all the questions had taken him longer than he thought, and he hurried to his family. Walking into the room, he asked his wife for forgiveness for being late. He entered and saw that his wife and son were sleeping. Buster was very glad that they were resting. He really liked the picture he saw. He looked at his sleeping wife with love and tenderness. Buster walked over and sat on the bed, stroking his wife. He thought they looked quite cute when they were resting. Having undressed, he lay down next to his family and wished them good night. The young lady asked Shuri why he was so nervous. Hesitating, the young man said that he was not. Shuri said that the whole situation was too dangerous. He said that if he was caught, she would be in danger. The young lady looked at him and said that if the man found out everything, then she would be fine, and told Shuri that he thought too much of her. The young man looked at the young girl in fear and said that the Archduke was a very frightening and cruel man. He was very worried because he was a. The young lady smiled and said that he seemed to have a lot of things bothering him. She came closer to him, stroking his face, and asked him not to worry. She also said that no one would know about anything if they. Shuri knew he had to keep quiet because there was no point in regretting what he had said now. He knew they were in the same boat, and if they had to choose to live or die together, they. The young lady said that she would be able to survive, and it was all thanks to him. He looked at her with pity and annoyance and said that he really hoped that her wish would come true. The young lady said that everything would certainly be as they had planned. She looked at him smiling and said that she was sure that he would be able to become an archduke. She said that after. The young man was a little puzzled, since there was already one archduchess. The girl looked at the young man angrily. She was furious and screamed, "Does he really want her to become the archduke's mistress?" She screamed at him in rage and was confused because he had said earlier that he wanted her to be happy. The young man was shocked by the girl's reaction and said that of course he wanted. He looked at her and said that he sincerely wanted her to be happy and live the life she had always dreamed of. He knew that he wanted that more than anyone else. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that she was 100 times better than the Archduchess, since that woman had an illegitimate child from. The young man looked at her and said that everything was as she said. Looking at him, she asked him to tell her more about the Archduke. She came closer to him and looking into his eyes asked him to tell her about the man's character, tastes, habits. The young lady hugged the young man tightly and thanked him for everything. Shuri blushed and became embarrassed. He said that there was nothing to thank him for. Yvette asked Shuri to be careful and not to get hurt like last time, and the young man also told her to take care of herself. He looked at her and said that she could contact him if she needed anything. The young lady thanked him with a smile on her face. They said goodbye, and the young lady waved her hand at him. The young man was puzzled. He did not understand why such a lovely lady chose such a dangerous path. He wished her a happier and calmer life than she had now. But he knew that he could do anything for her. He knew that for the girl's sake, he was even ready to go to hell, after everything that had happened. Shuri knew that he would first have to kill the woman the Master had met 3 years ago. He knew he had to find her before anyone else and kill her. Shuri understood everything perfectly, but it was very hard for him. Karen looked at her husband and asked very discreetly what she was worried about. Buster, in turn, looked at her, enchanted by her beauty. He looked at her again and said with a smile that she was worrying too much. He asked her not to worry about anything. Buster took his wife's hand, and Karen was very surprised, as she did not expect him to do something like that. He looked at her and asked with a smile if it comforted her that he took her hand. Embarrassed, Karen thanked him for his concern. Buster said there was nothing to thank him for since they were family. Having calmed down a little, Karen decided to pull herself together. The Duchess put on a mask of calm so that everyone could see how strong she was. Many people came to greet the Emperor on his birthday. Karen walked past the large crowd and told herself that she was not afraid at all. She knew that she was only afraid because of her father's power and cruelty, but now nothing could harm her. Buster looked at his wife and motioned for her to go. Karen agreed and smiled at her husband. She was very glad that he was there and that he supported her. Karen took her husband's arm and hurried to go with him so that they could greet the Emperor. Karen looked at us already and asked if everything was okay with Niddy. Buster walked over and hugged his wife. He asked her if she could just focus on him today. Karen was shocked by his words. His words confused her, and for a moment she hesitated. She didn't understand why he was suddenly telling her such a thing. Buster smiled and told her not to be nervous. She smiled and thanked him for his support. She truly appreciated what he did for her. Buster stared at his wife. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Looking at his wife, he saw her father in the crowd. He was furious that he had taken the Viscount, seeing Buster, bowed to him. Buster looked at him with contempt, for he knew he was a monster and an animal. He wanted furiously to wring his neck. He wanted to deal with him. Buster came closer to his wife and said that her father was looking for her. She was shocked by such words. Karen, having calmed down a bit, she said that everything was fine and it was okay that he was looking for her. But it was hard for her to see her. She said that as long as her son was safe, she had nothing to fear. Karen was only worried about her son and that no one would harm him. Buster looked at his wife closely. He liked her attitude. He knew she could beat everyone. Karen looked into the distance, lost in thought. She stood and gracefully drank champagne. Buster was surprised when he noticed a young lady in the crowd. The confused girl looked at him. Buster stared at her and didn't understand who she was. He didn't understand why she was staring at him so intently. Buster couldn't believe it all. He thought it was probably that girl, but he found it hard to believe. The young lady, embarrassed, decided to leave, but in doing so, she further piqued Buster's interest in her. Buster realized it was Yvette Pearson. He was puzzled by his discovery, as he had not expected to see her at the reception. Buster looked at his wife and called her. Buster looked at his wife with annoyance and asked if she remembered the story he had told her earlier, namely that he had met a woman 3 years ago. She was scared and didn't understand why he was suddenly talking about it now. She said she remembered the story. Buster looked at her and said that he actually knew who that girl was. Karen was shocked and turned pale in front of her husband. Buster didn't hesitate to say that it was Yvette Pearson. He also said that it looked like the girl was at the party today. But he felt awkward that she could be at the party. Karen was shocked by this news. She didn't understand how he knew this and also didn't understand what she should do. Buster said he wanted to take a look at her. Karen stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Buster was a little taken aback and said he was very sorry, and he thought she didn't want to hear it from him as it was probably unpleasant for her. Carrie was shocked by the whole situation and did not understand what was happening and how this could be. Buster said that the girl was the illegitimate daughter of Earl Pearson. Surprised by everything that was happening, Karen asked if it was really Yvette Pearson. Buster was as puzzled as she was. He said it was true because the detective had found out everything. But Buster said he needed to talk to her for a moment. Karen looked at him puzzled and asked if the girl was there. Buster said she was behind Karen. Karen didn't answer and just turned around to look at the girl. Turning around, she saw the face of a puzzled young lady. She couldn't believe what was happening. Karen looked at her intently and did not understand who this girl was and why she was pretending to be someone else. The young lady looked at Karen with disdain. Buster looked at his wife and said that he would definitely return to her soon. Karina said that everything was fine and he could go talk to her. Karen looked after him and did not understand why the girl was pretending to be Karen. Buster approached the young lady. The girl was a little surprised by his arrival. Karen looked at them and did not understand why the young lady did this. She watched how they communicated. Karina was confused as her heart suddenly began to hurt. She looked at her departing husband with bewilderment and longing and felt very bad. After thinking for a while, she drank some champagne. Karen thought maybe she should go to the doctor. She saw that everyone began to bow. Karen noticed that the emperor had come down to them. Karen bowed. She had never seen the emperor before, as he had only been on the throne for 3 years. The emperor looked intently at his subjects and asked them to raise their heads. Karen stared at the emperor and was shocked and also embarrassed by how handsome he was. She thought to herself that he was like a treasure. The emperor looked at Karen. He was surprised at such unearthly beauty as the woman had. Seeing her, he beamed and began to smile. The emperor looked at all his subjects and thanked them for having made the difficult journey to come to him. He said that he hoped that they. Karen was surprised and looked at him intently, as his aura was completely different from the previous ruler. Karen stood stunned and stared at the emperor when suddenly someone called her. The Archduchess's father approached her. She was puzzled by his arrival, as she did not want to deal with him. He came closer to her and began to say furiously that she must think she was worth something since she married an archduke. He was angry and only asked her if she thought it made any difference. Karen looked at her father and said that he guessed correctly. She pushed him away angrily, taking his hand and telling him that now he couldn't hurt her son. She told her father that he was right, and now she thought she was worth something. Buster passed by and heard her voice. He was surprised. Karen looked at her father with contempt and anger and said that she thought she could do anything. Buster was puzzled and embarrassed, as he really liked her words. He learned that she was tortured and living in filth. He knew that her wound was much larger and deeper than he could have imagined. Buster was desperate to help her. He wanted her to be able to rise on her own. He wanted her to spread her wings and fly. Karen looked at her father with disdain and asked him to leave her. She said that no one knew what she could do to him. Buster looked at her and was very happy, because he always wanted to see with his own eyes such a beautiful image of his wife. The Viscount looked at his daughter with contempt and anger and said that she was wretched. Buster decided not to watch them any longer, but to come up and investigate. He came closer and greeted the Viscount and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Viscount shook and said that the Archduke was right, since they really had not seen each other for a long time. Buster looked at him with contempt. He knew that the Viscount was a pitiful man, since he groveled before the strong, but took it out on the weak. Buster called his wife. She looked at him and called him by name. The Viscount was shocked. He asked his daughter with fury and bewilderment how she dared to address the Archduke by name. Buster looked at the Viscount and asked him with a smile what was wrong with his wife addressing him by name. The Viscount looked at his daughter and asked her how she dared to go beyond what was permitted. Buster angrily said that since he was her husband, it was up to him to decide whether she should go beyond what was permitted or not. Buster looked at the Viscount and said that the wedding had been rushed and they had not been able to visit him since. Buster looked at the Viscount and said with a grin that next time he would prepare a room for him. The Viscount bowed before the man and said that he was honored to be near them. Buster hugged his wife and told the Viscount to go and mind his own business. The Viscount in turn agreed with the Archduke and wished them. Karen looked at her husband in surprise and said that he had appeared before them unexpectedly. She did not understand what he meant. Buster looked at his wife and said he thought it would be a good idea to bring the Viscount down to earth. The man moved closer to her and asked if she didn't like the way he addressed the Viscount. Karen looked him in the eye and said that everything was fine. She was glad that her husband had protected her. Buster said that just a minute ago she had been quite beautiful, just when she had been able to answer the Viscount. Karen was puzzled and asked if he had videoed everything, as she was very ashamed of her behavior. Buster said he saw everything and the spectacle was so beautiful. He said he couldn't take his eyes off her. Karen looked at him and said that she was no longer afraid because now she could show herself when she knew that he couldn't do anything about it. Buster couldn't stop admiring his wife. He said everything was just great. Karen looked away from her husband and said that in her life, she once believed that he was her father and completely relied on him. But later, she found out that he killed her mother. The Archduke was shocked by what he heard. He could not believe what his wife said. He did not understand how anyone could kill their own wife. Karen said that later she would definitely tell him everything in more detail. Karen looked at the young lady with a puzzled expression and asked her husband how the conversation with the young girl had gone. Buster said that he didn't think she had anything to hide, but he thought she needed help. Karen looked at her husband with a puzzled expression and asked him if he was sure that this was the same woman. She wanted to quickly expose the young lady. Buster told his wife that the girl had told him exactly where and when their meeting had taken place. Karen was puzzled and did not understand what was going on. She was troubled by one thought. She did not understand who could lie to him. Karen asked, puzzled, if it was possible that the detective had betrayed him. Buster looked at her and said that this simply couldn't be happening. Karen said she understood everything, but she still had doubts about those he trusted. She knew that for her husband's sake, she needed to find out everything as soon as possible. Karen thought for a moment about how others' husbands called her. Buster looked at her and said that it was their turn. Karen was confused and did not understand what he was talking about. Buster said with a displeased face that they needed to greet the culprit of today's event. Buster said that he was very annoyed by this whole situation, but he had to learn a gift for the Emperor. All the high-ranking guests approached the Emperor in turn to greet him on the occasion. The tired Emperor looked intently at the young people. Karen quietly asked her husband why he was last in line, since usually high-ranking officials go first. He looked at his wife and said that he was an exception. The Emperor looked at the young man and asked him with a smirk why he didn't watch his face. He said that no matter how much he irritated him, Buster said it was all getting tiresome. The Emperor looked at them and said with a smile that he simply had no words, and he also added that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Archduke told the Emperor not to address him as a commoner. The Emperor looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Karen was watching all this. The Emperor decided to come closer to them to get acquainted with the young lady and the beautiful wife of his friend. The Emperor approached the Archduchess and said that he felt like this was their first meeting. Karen was perplexed and stared at the Emperor with big eyes. The Emperor looked intently at the guests and especially at Karen, and said that it seemed to him that this was the first time they had spoken like this. The Emperor looked at the young lady and asked if her husband treated her well. He was interested in one question. How did she have to live? Karen was puzzled by such questions. She was surprised because she heard that her husband had a bad character. She knew that this was not true at all. Karen looked at her husband and said with a smile that she was living very well because her husband was very nice. The Emperor was shocked, and he thought that most likely he had simply misheard. Karen looked at her husband with a smile and said that he was very nice and kind to her. Buster was very happy with these words addressed to him. He stood and admired his beautiful wife. Karen said that if it weren't for her husband, she would never have mustered the courage to come to the party. Karen, admiring her husband, said that she was very proud of him. The emperor said with a smile that he thought they got along well together. He said he thought their love was truly deep. Karen smiled and said that it was all true. The emperor looked at the young people with bewilderment. He stared at them and didn't understand if it was all true or just a pretense. He knew that there was something he didn't know. He found the whole situation funny and interesting, because he knew there were a lot of bad rumors about the Viscount. He knew it would be very funny to watch what Buster would do. Buster looked at the emperor and said that since they had already greeted him, they would go. The emperor said with a grin that Buster was talking nonsense. The emperor said he would give them a chance to enjoy the event. Buster said not today. The emperor said that they could not leave the festival without his permission. Karen was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Buster, with fury in his eyes, asked the emperor what he meant by such words. The emperor smiled and said that they had much to discuss in private. He also added that it was time for them to sort everything out. The emperor said he had some things to sort out and he would need him. The emperor looked at Buster and asked him if he was doing a good job of cleaning up. Karen understood that the emperor wanted to deal with the current power. She understood that a new emperor had ascended to the throne, so everything was legal. The emperor looked at the young lady and asked Karen if it was okay if she had to stay for a few months. Karen replied that it was okay, as she understood that work and helping the emperor came first. The emperor looked at her and said that her husband had good reasons for this. The emperor looked at her intently and smiled. The emperor said that his sister did not have many friends and asked her if he should introduce her to his sister. Karen hesitated a little as she realized that she could become the empress's friend. Karen asked the emperor for forgiveness. The emperor was perplexed. He never expected such a reaction. Karen said she didn't have much experience making friends, so she didn't think she would be suited for it. The emperor was stunned, and this answer was unexpected for him. He could not believe that she had refused the chance to become friends with his sister. Karen said that she would leave them alone so that they could talk normally. The emperor agreed with her. He was fascinated by the woman, as she was very graceful. The emperor looked at her, following her with his gaze. Buster watched his wife leave and told the emperor that he could not handle her. The emperor was shocked. The emperor looked at him and asked what he thought of Yvonne. Buster grinned and said that she was an untamed wild horse. The emperor smiled and said that it was hard to argue with that. The emperor asked the servant to come to them. The servant brought a glass of wine. Buster told the emperor to drink less, as they had a lot to do. The emperor said that he could not worry about it. The emperor looked at Buster and asked him to lend him his butler 10 for a month. Buster looked at the Emperor with a serious expression and said that he could not fulfill his order in any way since the girl had to accompany his wife. The Emperor asked to replace her. Buster declined his offer. The Emperor was furious and asked him to send a butler for at least a week, but Buster would not give in to his persuasion. Buster looked into the distance and told the Emperor that he would do well to give up his empty hopes. The Emperor was shocked and asked Buster how he could do this to his friend. Buster said that was exactly why he was saying such words. The Emperor looked at Buster with confusion and asked if there was anything he could do to help him. Buster asked the Emperor if it was clear from her behavior that she didn't want to. The Emperor sighed heavily and said with a grin that his newly made groom was saying such words to him, he couldn't just give up. Buster said that he didn't want to get involved in his love affairs at all, so he asked the Emperor to do what he wanted. The Emperor smirked and said that he had no heart at all, adding that not everyone was like Buster was puzzled and asked what exactly the Emperor meant. The Emperor looked closely at Karen and said that the girl was very beautiful and smart. The Emperor asked since when he loved her. Buster didn't understand what he was talking about. The Emperor looked at his friend with a grin and asked when he fell in love with her. Buster looked at the Emperor in bewilderment and said nothing. A moment later, he said it wasn't love, just concern. The Emperor said that he was in no position to worry about others when he could not even solve his own problems. Buster said that, of course, he was sure that he wanted to get closer to her. The Emperor was a little surprised. The Emperor asked Buster to bring his son, as he was desperate to see him. Buster was embarrassed and puzzled by this request, as he knew Karen heard some noise. To Karen. Karen was confused and asked what was going on. Ten came up and quietly whispered to her what the problem was. Karen was stunned by the news that Ten told her. The young boy angrily shouted at Nitty that he was bad because he didn't even have a dad. Nitty tearfully shouted at the boy and said that it was not true. The boy shouted at Nitty that he was not the real son of the Archduke. Nitty, in turn, shouted that this was not so and grabbed the boy by the hair. Nitty threw the boy on the floor and started to beat him. He shouted that he was lying. The boy shouted that he was not lying, and it was all true. Karen walked into the room and saw her son. She was shocked by what was happening. Karen was surprised because the boy was pleased and fought well. She approached the boys and asked her son to stop fighting. Knighton saw his mother. He was happy to see her. He rushed towards her and hugged her tightly. Karen hugged her son, and he in turn cried furiously. She hugged him tenderly and asked him to stop crying as her heart was breaking. Karen said that he was wrong and asked him to apologize to the boy. The boy was a little surprised. Karen looked at the boy and asked if he was hurt. The boy hesitated and said that he was fine because he started it. The little boy looked at the floor with his eyes downcast and said that it was all because he had offended them and he had done nothing to him. Karen heard someone talking to her. The little boy heard his father's voice and began to tremble. Buster and the boy's father approached them. Nitty looked at the Archduke with eyes full of tears. He ran up to Buster so he could hug him. Karen was in shock from everything that was happening. Neatons, in turn, was crying uncontrollably. Buster picked up his son and hugged him tightly. The red-haired man was shocked that his son, Corian, was constantly fighting to no avail. The man approached Karen and asked for forgiveness for his son. The little boy was scared. Karen glared at them. She looked at them and asked if he thought that before adults scolded children, they should watch their words and actions, because eventually the children would start repeating all the words. She remembered how the little boy shouted at her son that he didn't even have a dad. Karen said that it was awkward to watch a child being scolded for merely repeating the words of adults. The man hesitated and stood for a moment. The man, looking down, said that she was right. He realized that he had made a mistake on his part. Nitty approached the boy and asked for forgiveness for hitting him. Knighton said that his mother is the best in the world, and that's why he didn't like the way he spoke and ran around his beloved mother. Knighton's wanted to protect his mother, like she once protected him. The boy looked at Nitty with embarrassment and said that he was right and he was guilty. The little gentlemen shook hands and asked each other for forgiveness. Karen looked at her son intently, not understanding when he had grown so much. She was proud that she had managed to raise such a kind and strong boy. She knew that even though he had been through a lot, he was still very. The parents looked intently at their sons when suddenly they heard the Emperor's voice. The Emperor approached them. He observed the whole situation and found it rather funny. Buster looked at the Emperor and angrily asked what he was doing here. The Emperor, with a grin and an innocent smile, said that he was, of course, worried about the Archduke's son. The Emperor came closer to the boy and asked his name. He wanted to meet such a brave little boy. Knightons came closer to his mother, holding onto her dress, and said that his name was Nittens. He was scared because he was afraid of the Emperor. The Emperor smiled and said that it was a very beautiful and good name. The Emperor said that the boys must have been very surprised, but he also said that it would be better for them to go back. The Emperor looked intently at Ten. The girl became embarrassed and looked away. She did not want to meet his gaze, since their relationship wanted to be better. Buster walked up to his wife and said that they had to go. Karen looked at Ten and asked if she could know more about the duties of a hostess. Ten looked at the Archduchess and handed her a book. She said it contained budget proposals. Karen was surprised. Ten showed her the main books and said that one of them listed the amount that was allocated for the mistress, another budget for the kitchen and food expenses. Karen was surprised and asked Ten if they had so much money to hold the festivities. Ten said that the Archduke did not like the public opinion on this. He did not hold them much, and in the end, Ten looked at Karen and asked if she thought it wasn't enough. Karen looked closely at the document and said that there was more than enough money. Karen looked at all the books and said that she had never seen such books before. She looked closely at the document and asked, Ten is right. Does she think that it is written there? The date when the money... Ten looked at the girl in surprise and said that everything was exactly like that. She asked her how she knew that. Ten said that everything was correct. She was surprised, because the girl simply figured out the records by looking at the numbers. Karen looked closely at the documents and said that no matter what the deal, they would need a receipt. Ten looked at the Archduchess and said that they had a separate book for storing checks. Karen was surprised because there were a lot of books and everything was so neat and organized. Ten looked at Karen and said that Karen was very happy because she couldn't believe that such a beautiful place could be her personal office. She was very happy because she had something to do. Karen felt very pleased and happy in her soul. Since her husband gave her freedom and opportunity, she knew that now it was her turn to repay him for his... Karen looked at the girl and called her. The young lady came closer to her and said that she was listening to her attentively. Karen understood that in order to repay her husband for his kindness, she had to reveal the whole truth to him herself. Karen looked at the girl intently and asked if there was a place where she could find... Ten asked her what information exactly she needed. Karen looked at the girl and said that it was personal, and she hoped that Ten could keep it a secret from Buster, too. Ten understood that this was very dangerous. She asked if this was something that should remain a secret from the Archduke. Then it could be a little dangerous information. Karen said it wasn't something that would hurt Buster or anyone in the house. When the time came, she would tell him herself, so she wouldn't have to worry about anything. The girl said that there was a place called the Data Guild, but as she knew, in order to get any information from them, she had to come to them in person. Karen thought about it and didn't understand why the young girl needed to lie about meeting Buster. She did not understand what the young lady wanted to achieve. Karen arranged a tea party. The girls were very happy because... Karen looked at all the women and could not believe that she would give in to such people. One of the girls said that she was very happy, because on the 5th day there were more of them. Karen knew that she could not always rely on her husband. She understood that she had to maintain her place in high society on her own, at least for the sake of her son. One of the ladies looked at the Duchess and asked if she had heard the news about Yvette Pearson. Another lady asked if it was true that she was an illegitimate child. They began to discuss the young lady furiously and said that the Count had an affair with one of the waitresses in the restaurant. They discussed all the latest... One of the ladies looked at Karen and asked if she knew anything, as people had seen the Archduke talking to Evita Pearson. Karen hesitated and said she wasn't sure. She knew it was better to act naturally. Karen said that she only knew those rumors and nothing more. She understood that she should be calm in such a difficult situation. The young ladies said that the girl behaved very ugly and knew no shame at all. Some said that she even lived in a dirty barn. Karen stared at the young lady. Karen was a little taken aback as she looked at her with a piercing, angry gaze. Karen felt uneasy under the young lady's. The girls saw that he was also looking intently at the Duchess. They were shocked because she really did not know her place. Karen was a little taken aback and didn't answer. She was truly puzzled by the young girl. Karen wanted to deal. Suddenly, Buster came up to them holding her son in his arms. Nitty screamed that he wanted to be held by his mother. Buster looked at Karen and said tenderly that Nitty shouldn't be held by his mother because she would get tired quickly. Everyone was shocked and looked at the young people with bewilderment, as they could not believe that the Archduke, according to rumors, was vile. They whispered and couldn't believe that Karen called her husband by name. They said that the young people's eyes were full of love. Buster looked at the young ladies and said that he thought his wife was a little tired. He asked them if they would mind if he took her away for a while. The young ladies said that they. Buster looked at his wife tenderly and said that his wife had just returned to high society after a long time, so he would be very grateful if they would like to be friends with her. The girls were a little embarrassed and said with a smile that they would definitely become friends with her. The young ladies were puzzled and did not understand whether it was true that the Archduke could continue to behave like this, even if the boy was not his biological son. They looked at the young boy and noticed that he had very beautiful eyes, similar to the Archduke's. One of the ladies said that there were rumors that the young people had been meeting secretly, even before the wedding, and that it could be the Archduke's son. They looked closely at the young people and understood that such harmony is difficult to achieve if there is no true love. Buster looked at Ten and was shocked that his wife went to the Data Guild. He did not understand why the girl did not immediately report the information to him. Ten said that the Archduke was so busy with work that the lady. Buster looked at the young lady and asked if she was sure she had sent a man to follow her. Ten said that she always made sure that someone was watching over the lady. Buster was furious and didn't understand if his wife was crazy because he knew she shouldn't go there alone. He didn't understand what was going on and why she decided to do that. He was scared and worried about his wife's life because he thought her father might be. Ten looked at him and said that he wouldn't be there today. Buster looked at the girl and asked what about teachers for his son. She looked at him intently and said that she had been looking, but she thought. Buster asked the girl to prepare all the documents, as he had to show them to Karen. Ten said that she would do everything. Tn looked at the departing gentleman with a puzzled expression and said that it seemed to her that he had nothing planned outside the walls of the mansion. She asked if he had any plans. Buster said he just wanted to take a short walk, but what he really wanted was to see his wife quickly, to find out why she was going to such a dangerous place alone. Ten looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he wanted to take a walk in the middle of work. Buster looked at Ten and asked which branch of the Data Guild his wife went to. Ten said that she went to the branch that was in the center of the capital. Buster, as he left, said that he would return in the evening. Buster looked over his shoulder at the young lady and asked if Karen had told her what exactly she was looking for. Ten was confused and said that she hadn't told her anything, but had only said that she would tell him everything later. Ten looked at Buster and asked if she needed to find out any information. Buster said that it was not worth it, and he would find out Buster thought for a moment and said that he would just wait until she told him everything herself. He knew that she was not a good liar, so he would soon find out the truth. Ten looked at the departing Archduke and asked him to be careful. Buster, as he was leaving, remembered that he had forgotten to tell Ten some very important information. He looked at the girl and said that in about 3 days, when the celebrations were over, he would need to go online to the emperor's palace. Ten was confused and didn't understand why he wanted to do this. Buster said that they were planning to do some downsizing, and it seemed like they were short. Ten looked at the Archduke and asked him if the emperor was asking for his help. Buster said yes. He looked at her and said that in the end, they both knew it was just an excuse. She looked away from the Archduke and said nothing. She felt uneasy. The young man looked at Karen and said that it turned out that she had very beautiful hair. He called her by name. She was confused since she did not tell him her name. The young man said that he had never had gray hair, so he wanted to cut her hair and put it on display. Karen was a little surprised and asked if he was joking. The young man looked at her and said that he was very pleased to meet her and also asked what business she had come to the guild for. She looked at him and realized that she was very tired of such people. She knew that the devilish obsession to destroy someone was eating her up from the inside. Karen looked at him and the task she said that she needed his help. The young man looked at her and understood that the rumors were true. As he heard that in the past, he knew that it would be a good idea if she wanted them to kill him. He understood that if that happened, the Archduke's main secret would be in his hands. Karen looked at him and said that she wanted him to check on someone. He looked at her and asked if she wanted someone to be checked. Wouldn't it be better to ask for help from the soldiers of the Archduke's family? Karen looked at him and said that the thing is that she didn't want her husband to find out. The young man looked at her and became more and more interested. He understood that she had come unaccompanied for such a request. The young man asked who she wanted to find out about, since the cost would also increase depending on the target's status. Karen said he looked at her and asked if she wanted to know about the illegitimate daughter of the Count's family. Vasily said that they had quite a lot of information about her, as they had recently been collecting everything. He asked her with a smile if she wanted any information that would lead to the girl's downfall, or if she was interested. Karina looked at him puzzled. She didn't need that kind of information. The young man asked if she wanted to dig deeper and find out how the girl seduces the Archduke. Karen looked at him and said that everything was not so. The young man was puzzled and asked if she did not suspect the girl of having an affair with her husband. Karen, puzzled, said that everything was completely. Karen said that even if that were true, Buster was free to date whoever he wanted. The young man was a little puzzled by these words, as he knew that they were husband and wife. Karen looked at him and said that she just wanted to know how the girl had been living, and about those she had seen often in the last 3 days. The young man looked at her and said that the amount of information would increase, so the fee would be much higher. The young man said that the price for the girl would be 30 million and 10 million for each new person. Karen said that she understood everything and agreed to his conditions. He looked at her and asked if that was all, or if she wanted something else. Karen looked at him puzzled and asked what he meant. Vasily said that they are certainly a data guild, but they are also approached with other requests, such as revealing the enemy's weaknesses to the world and removing them from society. He looked at her and said with a smirk that there must be someone she wanted to get rid of. Karen was excited and said that it turned out that he had already secretly found out about. He looked at her and said that this kind of information should always be with the guild, and they usually don't do such things, but they can do anything if Karen asks for. He placed his hand tenderly on hers. She was a little puzzled. She wanted to say something, but suddenly she heard. Karen sat next to the man, puzzled, not understanding what was happening, as there was screaming and noise outside the door. Buster flew into their room. Karen looked at her husband in shock. Buster was angry that his wife was sitting next to a man in such a place. He saw that he was holding her hand. He looked at them with anger and fury and ordered the man to remove his hand. He came closer to his wife and hugged her. He also said that they were leaving. Karina looked at her husband and asked how he knew where she was. The young man looked at Karen and said that he had already told her that the Archduke had sources that were not easy to obtain. The young man looked at Karen with a smile and said that next time he would make a cake for her. Buster looked at him with confusion, and they quickly left the guild. The young man only laughed after them. Angry, Buster, holding his wife's hand, rushed down the street. Karen asked him to wait a little. She looked at him and asked him why he was angry. She asked him to tell her what exactly was the reason for his anger. He looked at her and said nothing. He hugged her and asked why she was holding hands with the boy. Karen looked at her husband in shock and said that she didn't know. Karen said that he probably wanted to check if she was lying. Buster was puzzled. She said that she once read about it. They said that you can check whether a person is lying by their pulse or not. Buster was seriously excited but said nothing in response. Karen came closer to Buster and asked him for forgiveness. She said that he was probably angry with her because she left without telling him that she was leaving. She apologized and said that next time she would tell him before she left. She said that she didn't want to bother him and that's why she didn't warn him. He looked at her and didn't understand why she always apologized. He said that he should apologize to her himself. He understood that it was his own fault. Karen was confused. He said he was furious when he saw her holding hands with such a dangerous man. She looked at him and asked him with a smile if he was worried about her. She said that he shouldn't worry about such things as she was careful enough. He looked at her and sheepishly said that he was worried about her. He looked at her and asked how she would act and how she would feel if she saw him holding hands with another woman. She was puzzled by his words and said that she was not sure. He looked at her intently. Buster said that he personally didn't like the situation because he wanted her to only hold his hand. He took her hand with all tenderness and warmth and looked at her intently. Karina was shocked by her husband's words. Buster looked at his stunned wife. A little taken aback, Karen said that she still needed to hold her son's hand. Buster said that if it was Knighton's, she could hold him. They looked at each other, smiling. Karen burst out laughing, amused by the whole situation. She looked at him and said that from now on, apart from her son, she would only hold his hand. Buster liked his wife's answer and accepted it with ease. He looked at her and said that now he wanted her to tell him if she wanted to go out somewhere and asked her not to think about worrying. Yvette called the young man. He was sure that he didn't feel like anyone was following him. Shuri looked at the girl and asked if everything had been okay with her lately. The girl said that everything was okay. The young lady asked the young man to look at her as she looked different. She said that her father was extremely concerned, even provided her with housing and new things. She also added that he assigned a servant to her. The young man said that it sounded very good. She looked at him and said with a smile that it was thanks to him. She looked at him and said that although they don't know who actually slept with the Archduke, the young man didn't have time to finish speaking, covering the young lady's mouth with his palm. The young man looked at the girl warily and said that she should always be careful, even if it was just the two of them. Yvette said that she was very scared because she was afraid that the woman might come back. He looked at her and told her not to worry, as he would do everything to prevent this from happening. The girl quickly threw herself into the young man's arms. She said that he was truly the only person she could rely on. She hugged him and asked if he wanted to be her personal guard when she became Archduchess. Embarrassed, the young man said that he was ready for anything. The girl said that she wanted such a day. She was in his arms, but he said nothing in response to her words. Buster looked at his wife and said that Ten had told him that Needy was socially integrated, so school would be better for him than private tutors. Karen said that she didn't know it was possible to. She was a little excited. Buster looked at her and said that judging by her expression, something was wrong. He asked if I was doing something in the thread. Karen said that, to be honest, she was very surprised. Niddy looked at his mother and said that he wanted to sleep alone. Karen looked at the boy and asked why he didn't want to sleep with his mother. Needy said that he was a big boy now. Karen looked at him with her task, but asked where his mother would sleep then. Needy hugged his Mishka and said that his mother can sleep with his uncle. He told her to go to her uncle quickly because he wanted to sleep. Karen was shocked by her son's words. Karen looked at the book, puzzled, and said that this was the first time her son had behaved like this, and she didn't understand what she had done wrong. Buster looked at her and said that was out of the question. He knew it wasn't her fault at all, since he had planned it all. Buster asked Nightens if he wanted a sister. Newton said he liked sisters very much, so he really wanted a sister. Buster looked at him and smiled and told him to let him and Mommy sleep together twice a week. Neethi was puzzled. He asked with a smile if he let them sleep twice a week, then he would definitely have a little sister. Buster said with a smile that he definitely would. Karen smiled and said that he just didn't need to go now. He needed a little time to be alone. Karina was puzzled and asked why he didn't need her anymore. Buster hugged his wife and told her not to be sad, because not going was just growing. Karen was puzzled and said that Basta smiled at his wife and said that she always has a husband. Karen was surprised by her husband's words. Basta moved closer to her and said that the boy was starting his own life, that he was starting his own path, and he also added that he had chosen her, so he would always be by her side. Buster looked at her and said that if sadness ever overcame her, she could easily tell him and rely on him. Karen was very happy with her husband's warm words and thanked him. The young people wished each other good night and fell asleep peacefully. A young girl came to the Archduchess. She said that she was very pleased to meet her. Karen was confused and shocked. She did not understand what was happening and why the girl was in the estate. Karen did not understand how the girl could come to the duchy residence without permission. Karen looked at her and asked what business she had come for. Karen understood that the girl was behaving very disrespectfully and impolitely. Karen said that she had not heard that she should come to them. The young lady smiled and said that the Archduke had said that she could come to them at any time if urgent business arose. The girl became embarrassed and said that she had come only because of urgent business, and that she had no intention of angering the Duke. She apologized and began to cry. The young ladies looked at her with bewilderment. Karen looked at her and said that if Buster said so, then it was so. She asked Ten to accompany the young lady to the living room. Ten meekly agreed and said that she would do everything now. She looked at the young lady and asked her to go into the living room. The girl looked at the Duchess with a grin. Karen felt uneasy after the young lady's look. She did not understand how this was possible. Because after Buster looked at Ten and asked if Karen had sent her. Ten said that Karen sent her and asked her to accompany the young lady to the living room and inform him later. Buster looked at the girl and said that in the future, unless it was really urgent, there was no need to let the girl into the house. Ten looked at him and asked if the lady was not like that, and who was he looking for? Buster said that it was all strange, because he had this feeling that she was not the one. He looked at her and said that even if she did turn out to be that girl, it wouldn't change anything because he already had Karen. He said that the past should stay in the past. He asked the girl to find out about it right now. He also asked her to behave in such a way that no one would find out about anything. Taein said that she would do everything, and he didn't have to worry. The Archduke went down to the young lady. She was very glad to see her. He looked at her and asked what was the matter, since she had not announced her arrival. The young lady bowed and said that she just wanted to say that her father was making her life difficult again. Buster was shocked and asked her why she came to him alone without warning. The hesitant young lady apologized and said that he himself had said that she could turn to him for help if she found herself in trouble. He looked at her and said that he himself remembered what he had said to her, but that did not mean that she could behave so rudely. She looked down and asked for forgiveness. He said that she had nowhere to go, so she did not think about the consequences. Buster looked at her closely and wondered if she was really that tall. The girl said she had no intention of being so rude. Buster looked at her closely, as he remembered the woman that night being quite tall. Buster looked at her and asked her to come closer for a minute. The young lady agreed and ran towards him in a hurry. Buster heard the sound of her steps. He realized that she was wearing heels. She came closer to him, and he began to study her intently. In a trembling voice, she asked if he wanted to discuss something. He asked her to stand for a minute. He looked at her and said that he hoped that in the future she would not come to his estate like that again. He looked at her and said that he did not want any misunderstandings between him and his wife after her appearance. The young lady stood there puzzled after his words. She looked at him and said that it would never happen again. She walked away, leaving Buster alone. He watched her go, and after their brief conversation, he was sure that 3 years ago he was with another woman. He looked after her and did not understand how she dared to lie to him. Buster was curious about where the information had leaked to. He didn't want to know who exactly had become the traitor. Buster was pulled out of his thoughts by the boy's voice. Nidhi ran up to Buster and jumped into his arms. Buster looked at him and said that while last time he called him Dad, now he calls him Uncle. Nidhi thought for a moment. He realized that since his mother was not around, he could call him Father. Nidhi hugged Buster and called him Daddy. Buster said that Mom mustn't know about their secret. Karen saw Buster and asked if he had finished talking to the guests. Buster held the threads in his hands and said that he was already finished. Buster said the whole situation was simply outrageous. Karen looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and asked if she minded if he was with another woman. Karina looked at him in bewilderment. She looked at him and asked if he hadn't called her because he needed her. Buster said she had got it all wrong as he had never allowed her to be so rude. Nitty ran happily around the room. Buster stared at his wife. He looked into her eyes and asked if it was true that she didn't feel anything when the girl came to him. Karen said that, to tell the truth, her heart was a little sore, but otherwise everything was fine. Basta came closer to her and asked why her heart hurt. Karen looked at Buster and said that she felt like there was a stone stuck in her heart, and her heart was beating wildly and she felt like she was suffocating. Buster was amazed and asked if what he heard was true. Karina said that it was all true and looked at him intently. She asked if it could be a dangerous disease. Buster was surprised and did not understand what disease she was talking about. Buster said that luckily there is a small chance. Karen was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about. Karen said that something was bothering her. Buster was puzzled and asked what was bothering her. Karen said she was worried about the woman from 3 years ago. She said he told her he was looking for her all the time. Buster was puzzled because he saw that she was very calm, asking him about her husband's past, wondering if she was jealous or not. Buster said he had been looking for her for a long time, and he felt very embarrassed that she had disappeared without a word. He looked at her and said that he had her now. Karen was a little puzzled and asked what he would do if the girl came back. Buster was puzzled and didn't understand why she was asking such a thing. Karen looked at him and said that she was just asking because things could turn out like this. Buster said he didn't know and didn't want to imagine such a terrible situation. Karen was surprised and did not understand why the situation was terrible. He looked at her and said that just thinking about it already scared him. Karen looked at the floor and said nothing. Basta looked at her and said that even if this happened, no one would be able to take her place and she shouldn't worry about it. Karen said that she wasn't worried at all, she was just curious. Buster was confused and realized that he was worrying too much. He realized that Karen was hiding something. Karina said she was very interested in what her son was doing. She asked if he wanted to go and see him. Karen just wanted to pick up her son from school, but it turned out that she joined the tea party. The young lady said that it was a great honor for her to have the opportunity to have tea with the Archduchess. Karina smiled. The man looked at Karen and said that he felt like the Archduke had not come with her. The man looked at her and said that she had changed compared to the last time. Karen was surprised. I don't understand what he was talking about. The man said he had unknowingly filled it out from a meeting 3 years ago. Karen said that at that time she was unable to communicate with people. He looked at her and said that, however, it looked more like she didn't want to do it, but simply couldn't. She looked at him and said that at that time everything was exactly like that, and she never communicated with people. It was difficult for her to even trust them. She realized that there are not only bad people in the world. Karen said that thanks to him, she was able to see that the world is not all darkness, and she realized that if you make an effort, you can see kindness. The man was puzzled by such words. He looked at her and realized that now she reminded him of his late wife. Karina said that now she felt relieved because her son and Kirian got along well. The man smiled and said that his son talks about Needy every day. Karen was shocked as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She asked what he was talking about. The man said he praised the boy every day as a smart and talented child. Karen said she was worried because her son was spending time with friends for the first time. The man asked if she had heard about the rumors that had been going around about her and Buster. Karen was surprised, and Karina was surprised by such rumors. She did not understand how they could meet secretly. The man said that such rumors were circulating because Needy looked very much like the Archduke. She knew that this was true, but she still felt. Karen looked at him and said that he must be joking. She knew that sooner or later everyone would find out about her son's origin. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of two young boys. Karen hugged her son and asked if he had behaved well in class. Needy said that everything was fine and he was happy. He had a fun time. He said that his brother Kirian. The kids looked at their new friend and said he was just incredible. Karina thanked the boy for helping her son. The young boy, embarrassed, said that there was nothing to thank him for. The young boys said goodbye cheerfully. The Emperor looked at Buster and asked if he had ever met a woman. Basta looked at him and said that if the Emperor wanted to talk nonsense, then it would be better not to disturb him and finish the work quickly. The Emperor looked at him and asked if he had ever considered him his master. Buster, looking away, said that at least. Buster looked at him and said that if he wanted to talk about Evetta Pearson, then it was better not to do it. Since he was uncomfortable talking about it, Basta was a little puzzled and said that this girl was not who she claimed to be. The Emperor was a little surprised. The Emperor looked at him and asked him with a smile if it wasn't her he was so desperately trying to find, since the mysterious woman had appeared 3 years ago and disappeared without a trace. Buster looked at him and said he was sure it wasn't her. The Emperor looked at Buster with a smirk and said that it looked like the girl was trying to fool a man like Buster. The Emperor looked at Buster and asked with a smile if the girl didn't want to commit suicide. Buster was angry at the Emperor and said that he came to his house specifically to make fun. The Emperor looked at him and said that he was also interfering with his personal life. Buster was surprised by this statement and told the Emperor to be realistic. He looked at him and asked if he had not been calling her for 3 days already. The Emperor looked at Buster and asked if he had put her up to it. The Emperor said that it was most likely he who had told her how to end their relationship. Buster said he had never said anything like that before, and he meant that this way she could solve a problem that had been hanging around for 10 years. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that the girls just needed more time. The Emperor said that she was still worried about the different statuses, so she strongly restrained her feelings. The Emperor was ready to do everything. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that he should not interfere anymore. Buster looked at him and said he understood everything. The Emperor smiled and said that his ability to understand was amazing, and he added that she would arrange a front row seat for him at their wedding. The Emperor looked at Buster and asked him if he was secretly dating a girl. Buster asked him to stop talking about her. The Emperor said with a smile that he was not speaking. He was referring to the Duchess. The Emperor said that the little boy looked too much like little Buster. The Emperor asked Buster if he was really his son. Buster was puzzled and said that it wasn't the first time he had heard such a thing, but the problem was that he didn't remember anything. But that the Emperor said that if that child was 3 years old, then that was when he met that mysterious woman. The Emperor looked at him and asked. Buster looked at the Emperor with a puzzled expression and said that he had thought about that too. Buster was constantly searching for any information about what happened back then. The Emperor thought that the situation was actually very strange. He did not understand that if she really was that mysterious girl, then why would she hide the truth from him? The Emperor said he had heard things weren't all that fun when they got married. He asked him if it wouldn't have been easier if she had just asked him for a favor. He remembered how he had behaved with her when they first met. He had told her then that he hoped she would live without attracting. The Emperor looked at Buster and asked if the girl had asked for her son to be entered into the family register. Buster looked at the Emperor and said that she had never asked for such a thing. The Emperor was surprised and did not understand how this was possible. He asked him if not everyone was going crazy to get the position of success. Buster said that, moreover, she said that she did not want to drag her son into all this. The Emperor was surprised and said that she was certainly an interesting woman. Buster looked at the Emperor but said nothing. He desperately wanted Karen to really be that woman and not hide the truth from him. He understood that if she was hiding something, then she still did not trust him. He sincerely hoped that the boy would be his son. But on the other hand, he hoped that it was not so. Buster came to the boy and said that it was time for him to get up. Needy looked at Buster with sleepy eyes. Buster greeted the little boy. Needy called Buster Daddy. Every time he called him Daddy, he had a strange feeling. Needy looked at Buster and asked where his mother was. Buster said that she was still sleeping. The boy smiled and said that his mother was a sleepyhead. Buster looked at the boy and asked if his mother always slept this late. Needy said that when his mother only had him, she woke up early. Buster was surprised, and Needy said that the Viscount just kept coming into their room. Buster was puzzled by the boy's answer. The boy said that he often burst in and screamed terribly when they were sleeping for a long time. Buster looked at the boy sadly. Needy said that his mother hit him then and then argued with the Viscount. Buster hugged the boy and told him not to worry because he would protect him, and that would never happen again. Buster looked at the boy and asked if his mother had ever told him anything about his real father. Needy looked at Buster with big red eyes. Needy asked if any monsters had come. Buster looked at the boy, puzzled, and didn't understand what monsters had to do with it. Nitty asked if Dad had seen any goblins. Buster, surprised, asked what that meant. Nitty understood that he couldn't say anything, since his mother asked him not to say anything to his father. Nitty rushed into the toilet with lightning speed. Buster was surprised. He did not understand what came over the boy. Buster watched the boy run away. He smiled at the mischievous boy. Ten came to Bast and asked for forgiveness for such a visit. She said that she met with a member of the Data Guild while investigating what he asked for. Buster was puzzled and didn't understand why she met with him. Ten said that it seemed he had found out something and was going to use it to make a deal with them. Blaster didn't understand what was going on. Ten said that, however, there was one problem. Buster asked what the problem was. She said that the guild leader was heading to their estate. Entering the room, he saw a young man. The young man said that he was very glad to meet him. Buster was very angry. He didn't understand how he could come here. He screamed in rage. Did he understand where he came to? The young man asked with a grin if all houses weren't the same. The young man told the Archduke not to be so rude and asked him to sit down, and he also asked if he would be served some tea. Buster looked at the young man with disdain and asked why he was there. The young man said that he had come only to make a deal with him. Vasily looked at the Duke and said that it looked like the Archduchess had tried hard. He said that even they saw it when they found out about her. Buster looked at him and asked if he wanted money. Vasily said that of course he wants money, since everyone needs it in order to survive. The young man said that, to be honest, he had a lot of money, so he would ask for something more interesting. He said that at least ask Archduchess Karen. Buster was shocked and furious at his words. The young man said that he was beginning to want her. Buster was furious at what he heard and looked at the young man with contempt. He looked at him and asked. Apparently, he had completely lost his mind if he wanted to die at his hand. Buster came closer to him and told him to get out of here and not even think about going near his wife. He said that a piece of trash like him was no match for a woman like her. He looked at him and asked if he thought he himself was clean. The young man said that if we were talking about garbage, then he knew he was not far behind either. Buster looked at the boy with anger and told him not to put him even near him, because Buster was sure that he would harm her. The young man looked at Buster and asked him if he wanted information. He said that such information could not be obtained by merely boasting of good manners, and he asked whether a pure man like the Duke could obtain it by relying. Buster was furious and told him to give him the information. The young man laughed and said that in the end he would still want to get the information. The boy said she would give him all the information for only 99 million. He said the discount would be only 1 million. The young man thanked the Archduke. He was glad because he realized that Buster knew that information was more important than money. He looked at the Duke and understood that he was thirsty for the truth. The young man said that he only remembered that he had discovered something during his investigation. Smiling, the young man said that he would send it to him later as a gift. Buster left the office in a hurry. The young man looked at the departing Archduke and said that the whole situation was very funny and interesting. Someone greeted Karen. She was in shock, didn't understand what was happening. Turning around, she saw a young man who had climbed in through the window. She was shocked that he had not used the door. Vasily came closer to her, took her hand, and said that she was definitely still Sonia. She took her hand back and said that she would not lie to him, so he did not need to check her. Holding her hand, Karen said that she read about it in a book and he was doing it to check if she was lying. Karen realized that he wanted to find out her pulse in this way. The young man was puzzled by this conclusion. The young man handed her an envelope and said that it contained the information she had asked to take. Karen was surprised because it turned out that it was possible to get it before freedom, and quickly. The young man said that he still had business with the Archduke, so he was delayed. Karina was in shock and didn't understand what they were doing. I read all the information. She looked at the young man and asked if everything that was written there was true. The young man said that, of course, everything there was true, since the information provided by the guild was always correct. Karen read a lot of interesting information and realized that their soldier was a traitor. She realized that the girl used the information received from the soldier. Karen was shocked as she realized that the girl had targeted the Duchess's place. She realized that if Buster had loved another, she would have been ready to give in. But she realized that she would not give in now, since everything was based on lies. She did not want to be used for someone else's plans. She realized that this was unfair to her and her husband. The young man looked at her and wondered if he would ask Karina to kill that woman. He saw her rage. Usually she was restrained, but now she could not hold back her anger and lost her calm. Karen looked at the young man and asked if he had ever told Buster this information. The young man said that he had not told anyone anything, since he was not one to keep his word. The young man said that he had not told him a word about what Karen had asked him to know. The young man knew that he had given him other information, no less useful. Karen looked at him and asked him not to tell her husband anything. The young man said that, of course, he would not tell anyone anything, and the information Karen bought would not be sold to anyone else. He looked at her and asked if she would like to know something else. The young man said that they could also easily eliminate the girl. Karen looked at him and said there was no need for that. He came closer to her and said that if she only wished, he could fulfill her wish, whatever it might be. He looked at her and said that he would do anything. Karen looked at him and asked him not to cross the line. He looked at her and said that she upset him a lot, despite the fact that their relationship was full of secrets. Karina was perplexed and did not understand what secrets were being discussed. He looked at her and said that she was hiding a lot from the Archduke. Karen pushed him away and said she had no idea what he was talking about. He looked at her intently and said that after all, whoever the young girl had been pretending to be was the Archduchess all along. He looked at her and said that all this proved that her facial expression could change as if her life was destroyed. He came closer to her and told her to find him when she needed help. He said he could also help her escape. Karen was confused and didn't understand why he would do anything for her. He looked at her and said with a smile that it was just because he liked her. The young man looked at her and asked why she was hiding such a secret. Because if she had been honest with the Archduke and asked him for help earlier, everything could have been much better. She was puzzled, looked out the window, did not answer the young man. The young man said that especially if her child was indeed Buster's son, she could ask for much more. He said that she could ask for revenge. The young man looked at her and said that, however, she had chosen a different path. He did not understand why she had done so. Karen, in turn, looked at him puzzled and did not. A moment later, she said that she didn't want to do that to someone who didn't even love her. The young man looked at her and asked if she was talking about love. Karen looked at him and said that if he told her now, she would only become a burden for the Archduke, and she did not want the responsibility to fall on him. Karen said she didn't deserve the Archduke from the start. So she wasn't going to tell him everything that had happened. She looked at the young man and said that, however, someday she would be able to tell him, and also apologize to him. She knew she shouldn't have lied to him, but now there was no point in even regretting it. She looked at him and asked if he could help her. He smiled and said that she only had to ask and he would do everything. She looked at him and asked if her son was thrown out. Could he please find a safe place for her son? The young man looked at her and asked what she would do and how she would live. She looked away into the distance and said that she didn't care what would happen to her. He was upset by these words and, looking at her, asked if she had any other reasons to live besides her son. Karen looked at him puzzled and did not. The young man asked her what she would do if her son did not need her. He told her what she would do if she had to live for herself and not care about anyone. She looked at him and said that she had never thought about such a thing. The young man said with a grin that it turned out that her soul believed only in her son. He smiled and said that it seemed that even the Archduke himself would not be able to make her live. Karen was shocked, looked at the young man and asked. So he said his words so that she would think about them herself. He looked out the window and said that he would definitely help her when she needed him. He jumped out of the window with lightning speed. Karina was shocked by the young man's behavior. She didn't understand how he could leave so quickly. She stood, looking out the window and thinking about his words. She didn't know what their meaning would be after she left the estate. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. She saw Buster come in. She didn't expect to see her husband. He looked at her and asked what she was doing. Karen looked at him and said that Vasily came and they talked a little. She said that he came to give her what she asked for. Buster looked at her but said nothing. Karen approached him and asked if the man had told him about their meeting. Buster said that he had told him everything. Buster looked at her and asked what they were talking about. Karen hesitated, not knowing what to answer her husband. A moment later, she looked away and said that the young man had asked her what she would do if her son were not there. Karen said she couldn't answer that question. Buster was puzzled and asked why she couldn't answer. Karen looked at him and said that she only wanted one thing, and it was Buster who made it possible. Buster was confused and didn't understand what she was talking about. Karen said she wanted to escape from that house, and thanks to Buster, her dreams became reality. And thanks to him, her son is now safe. She looked down and said that she didn't need anything else besides that. Karen looked at Buster and asked him what he wanted. She was very interested to know what he would like. She said that usually people dream about something, and Buster said he didn't know because he would probably take on all the responsibilities and guard the territory, and sometimes hunt and go out. Karen was puzzled. She didn't understand why he was saying that. Buster looked at her and said that he hoped that she and the Threads would be with him. Karen looked at him and asked if he was sure he wanted her to be there. He looked at her and said that he really wanted her to always be with him and do whatever she wanted. He looked at her and said, and so he would like her to be honest with him and not hide anything. Buster looked at her intently and said that he would very much like to know more about her. He was desperate to understand her. The man asked Karen to tell him something she couldn't tell him before. He looked at her with his big red eyes and did not understand why she was still continuing to hide something from him. He didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to tell him everything that was on her mind. Walking to Karen, standing behind the door, he heard Karina and Vasily's conversation. What he heard hit him like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe everything he heard. He realized that the woman was Karen. He was shocked that the same woman he met 3 years ago had become a completely different person. She was always modest and insecure around him and constantly hid her feelings. He couldn't understand why she still didn't trust him. He was confused because he was always trying to do everything he could for her. Standing outside the door, he wondered why she was doing this to him. Buster asked her if she had something she had been hiding for quite some time and would like to tell him. He came closer to her and asked her to just tell him everything now. He looked at her puzzledly and asked if there was anything else she could tell him. Karen looked at him and thought that maybe it meant he already knew. She realized that he was just trying to get something out of her. She wasn't sure of her judgment, but she looked at him for a moment and said nothing. She knew she had to tell everything, but it was very hard for her. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. She said she didn't even know where to begin. She came closer to him and said that they first met 3 years ago in a small alley in the capital. He looked at her and said that it turned out she was that woman. She felt very awkward because she knew he had been looking for her all the time, and now she was standing in front of him. He stood there, looking at her, and was so glad that he had finally found out the truth. He was glad that he had finally found her, but he felt like Karen looked at him and asked for forgiveness. She said she was very sorry. Buster looked away and said that wasn't the point. He looked at her and said that he never wanted to hear her apologize. Karen hesitated a little. She knew that she had to tell him everything, but with every word, it became more and more difficult for her. She looked at him and said that it was very painful for her not to go with his son, and as if her heart was breaking. Karen looked down and asked him for forgiveness again. She said that they met by chance that day, but she intended to get pregnant in order to leave the estate. She said she wanted to avoid marrying the Count even if she had to die. She looked at him and said that she had used him and asked for forgiveness again. Bustera looked at her and said that everything happened with his consent. Karen was taken aback. Buster looked at her and said that he himself allowed her to do all the actions towards him. He came closer to her and said that he was already an adult and had thought everything over and decided to help her. Buster said that they both did something, not just her, and therefore they were both responsible for everything. He looked at her and asked why she thought it was only her fault. Karen looked away from him and didn't answer him. His words made her cry. She said he was wrong and that it shouldn't have happened. Karen said it was all her fault. Karen said that she had committed an unforgivable sin with Nittens, too. He looked at her and said that this was not what he wanted to talk about. The girl burst into tears and Buster asked her to look at him. Karen, bursting into tears, asked him to leave her as she could not forgive herself for what she had done. She said that she didn't deserve his good treatment of her. Crying, Karina said that she should not have met him then. He was furious and didn't understand what she was talking about. He looked at her and asked if she was saying that she regretted me. Karen said she was sorry. Buster was devastated and didn't understand why she was saying that. Karen cried and said that it would have been better if she had just died. The man was shocked by her words. He pushed her onto the bed. She was confused and did not understand what was happening and what he was going to do. Buster looked at her and asked if her life was really that unimportant to her. Her words stirred him up, and he was angry that she would say such a thing. He looked at her and asked if he and his son meant nothing to her. Karen looked at him and sobbed. She could not answer him clearly. Buster looked at her and said that she shouldn't have said that. The man said that her judgmental attitude towards herself hurt him. She looked at him with her big, tear-stained eyes and asked why her words hurt him so much. He looked at her and asked if she could not guess why he said there was only one reason. Buster touched his wife's face tenderly and said that he liked her. Karen was surprised because she didn't expect to hear that. He said that she had heard everything correctly and that he truly liked her. She looked at him and asked if he was angry with her. Buster said that he was very angry and also very upset. Buster hugged her and said that he was very angry, but not at her. Buster hugged his wife tenderly. Karen knew his words were magical. Buster was upset that he himself could not He was sad that he could not find her then, and she went through all the torment because he could not help her. He sincerely apologized to her for making her wait for him for so long. Embracing her, he asked for forgiveness. He frantically asked her to forgive him for not being able to recognize his true love. Buster looked at his wife and said that he loved her. Karen looked at him and said that if that was the case, then she was in an even more difficult situation. Buster was surprised and didn't understand what she was talking about. He looked at her and asked what her words meant. Karen was confused and said that she just didn't know anything about love. She looked into the distance, averting her eyes, and asked him if love didn't concern two people. Karina said that she doesn't know what love means. Buster, fascinated by his wife, looked at her intently, not with water in his eyes. He gently threw her onto the bed and said that if she didn't know anything about love, she needed to find out sooner rather than later. Karen looked at her husband in confusion. Buster told her not to worry about anything, because love had many forms. He looked at her and said that he would teach her everything. Charmed by his words, she stared at her husband. Buster said he would help her learn the beauty of love slowly and gradually. He hugged her and said that he would teach her everything gradually until she herself understood what love was. He wanted to study the properties of love with her. Buster kissed his wife tenderly and warmly, but before that, he told her that he loved her very much. Buster looked at his wife and asked if their son had had a fight with his friends. Karen said that it looked like they were being made fun of. since the boy was the only child without a toy. Karen said that he must have wanted a toy all the time, but she didn't even know what her child needed. She was upset about the whole situation. Buster looked at her and said that if that was the case, then she shouldn't worry. Walking away from her, he smiled and said that he would buy a whole toy factory. Karen was shocked. He said he would talk to Ten right away. Karen wanted to stop him and tell him not to buy the whole factory. Buster said he couldn't stand to see his son being humiliated over a toy. Karen looked at him and asked with a smile if Buster was confused because he didn't understand why she was saying it was too much. Karen looked at him and said with a smile that, to be honest, there would be too much factory. Buster smiled and agreed that he had crossed the line after a few minutes of thought. He said he would just buy a toy store. Buster smiled and said that he had a lot of money and he didn't regret spending it on her and his son. He came up to her and hugged her as well. He said that she didn't need to worry about such trifles. Buster hugged her tighter and told her that she was like the lady of the family. She didn't need to worry about money at all. Karen looked at her husband and realized that she remembered something when she was studying the financial statements. Karen said that she had seen such a book before at the Viscount's, but now it seemed to her that they made no sense. Karen said the dates and items were the same, but he had two of those books and the totals were different. Buster thought for a moment and said it looked like he was keeping double. Karen looked at her husband and said that she had also recently remembered something. She came closer to him and said that in exchange for marriage with the Count, the Viscount received complete control over the mineral resources. Buster was surprised and asked if this meant that the Earl had offered to transfer the rights to the Viscount. Buster said that he was clearly not in his right mind to make an illegal Buster knew that the Earl did not have such power and rights. Buster understood that most likely the Earl simply led the Viscount around by the finger. He knew that because of the lie, Karen had almost been sold as a thing. The very thought of it frightened Buster. Buster thought about the whole situation for a moment. He knew that he would not let them die peacefully. He desperately wanted to start taking revenge on the Count. Buster hugged his wife tightly. She didn't understand why he would do that. Buster looked at his wife and said that he was very grateful that she was with him now. Karen smiled at him. Buster said he would wait patiently for her. He asked her to love him. Buster didn't care how long he had to wait for her. The Count was shouting furiously at his subordinate and did not understand what had happened and why all the deliveries had stopped. The young man told the Count that their customers had. A young man rushed in and said that they had bad news. The Count was at the factory and did not understand what was happening. The young man said that the miners and carpenters were protesting and saying that they would not work until their wages were raised. The Count was shocked. He didn't understand how they could do this. He screamed furiously. How dare they do this to him? He was shouting and throwing various objects at everything that came into his hands. He was shouting that he didn't care about anything and that the Count shouted after them to do everything in their power if they wanted to stay alive. The Count sat down on the sofa. He was very angry. He sat and understood that at times like these, there should be a beautiful woman nearby who would support him. He remembered the young and beautiful Lady Karen. Seeing her recently at a reception, he was struck even after years by her exceptional beauty. The Count knew that if she were with someone else, he would fight for her, but at the moment his rival was the Archduke. The Count understood that this situation was very annoying. On a beautiful bright day, Karen slept soundly. She didn't want to wake up and stayed in bed for a few more minutes. When she woke up, she saw that her husband was not next to her in bed. She thought that he must have woken up very early. Karen sat on the bed and smiled to herself, as she was too used to sleeping with him. Nightens came into her room and was very happy to see her. The boy ran up to his mother and hugged her. Karen asked if he had slept well. He said that he had slept very well, and in response asked how she had slept. Karen looked at her son and asked if he had met his dad yet. Nitty said he saw Dad and he was on the street. He said Buster was on the street waving a sword and hitting. Karen looked at her son and was touched. Buster came out of the shower and asked if they were talking about him. The boy ran joyfully to his father. Buster looked at his son and said that they had agreed to go to a nice place. He asked him if he was ready to go with him. The little boy was very happy and said that it sounded great and he was ready. Karen was confused and did not understand what was being discussed. They arrived at the toy store and the store owner greeted them. Buster looked at his son and told him to choose whatever he liked, since all the toys were his. Karen was shocked by her husband's actions. The little boy was truly happy. Karen looked at her husband and asked if he had really bought the store. Buster looked at his wife and smiled at her. He said he only wanted to buy one. Buster looked at his wife and asked what happened. If she didn't like it, he could buy another one. Karen smiled and asked him not to buy more stores. The young parents looked at their son. Karen said that the boy seemed to like it very much. She said that he must have. Buster looked at his wife and said that it was the same for her. If she wanted something or liked something, she could just. Karen laughed and said that she was already so grown up that she didn't understand why she needed a toy. Buster, looking at the dolls, said that such elite dolls are often bought by adults. Karen looked closely at the toys and was surprised by the truly incredible beauty of the toys, but one toy caught her eye. She saw a small, beautiful teddy bear among all the dolls. She took it and realized that it was very light and soft. She said that she had never had toys before. Buster stood there, shocked and upset, looking at her. He hugged her and said that he would make a dollhouse for her and fill the whole room with dolls so that she would like it. He looked at her and, smiling, said that she still couldn't sleep there, since she had to sleep with him. Karen smiled. She was very happy and pleased. Karen looked at little Mishka and said that just one toy would be enough for her. Karen slept soundly next to her teddy bear. Buster looked at his wife puzzled and said that she couldn't see anything except the teddy bear. He was upset and didn't understand why she wasn't paying attention to him. Karen looked at her husband and smiled, wishing him good morning. Buster was very offended. He said that they hadn't been acting like that since they got the toys. He said that they were ignoring him. Buster looked at his wife and asked her who she would choose, him or the teddy bear. Karina laughed. She came closer to him and hugged him, saying that she would of course choose him. Karina said that she really liked him, and that no one and nothing could compare to him. He looked at her and, embarrassed, said that her relationship had gotten better. Karen smiled and asked if he didn't like it. He hugged her and kissed her and said that he liked everything. The Emperor looked at the Archduke and asked why he was just disturbing his work. Buster was puzzled and did not understand. Why would he suddenly disturb him? The Emperor told him not to play the fool. He said he could understand why Buster wanted revenge on the Viscount. Buster said that the Count was just a nasty person. The Emperor was shocked and did not understand whether Buster was joking or not. Buster said that he was not joking, but was serious. The Emperor looked at him and said that he knew perfectly well the reason for his hatred of the Viscount. But as for the Count, he understood nothing. The Emperor said that he was keeping him because he could be useful to him. Buster looked at the Emperor and said that he was not needed and asked to be dismissed. The Emperor thought for a moment and said nothing. The Emperor looked at him and asked if the Duchess could be the cause. The Emperor said that Buster was so blinded by love that he acted indiscriminately. Buster was furious and said that he didn't think His Majesty should say such a thing. He said that he heard once that the Rude One, when Ten, a member of the guild, disappeared. The Emperor was shocked and did not understand how Buster knew about such a trifle. Buster said that he knew everything and nothing could be hidden from him. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that since they were talking about Ten, he would not wait for her any longer. Basta looked at him and asked what would happen if he was rejected later. The Emperor said that would not happen. He said that he would have to make The Emperor smiled and told Buster that he better look for someone to replace Ten. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that it seemed that the Viscount was very much cornered. The man asked Buster if he was being too cruel to. Buster said he wasn't being cruel to him. He was just getting rid of one of his illegal schemes. The Emperor said that the Viscount had become that way because the scheme had been a huge success. Buster said that it was none of his business. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that he had heard that the Viscount had come to the mansion that afternoon to meet the Duchess. Karen stood and stared out the window. Ten came to the Archduchess and said that her father had come to visit them. She also said that she had asked him to wait at the entrance. Ten asked if he should be thrown out. Karen looked at her, puzzled. Ten said the man came and said he came to check if his child was okay. Karen looked at the documents and said that it was stupid on his part. Karen asked Ten to take the man to the guest room. She said she would meet him as soon as she had sorted out the paperwork. Karen understood that he would come to her one day. She understood that he had no shame at all. The Viscount was furious that Karen had made him wait for hours. He was furious and shouted that it was impolite. Ten came to the Viscount and said that the Archduchess needed to sort out some paperwork, so she was late. The Viscount, in turn, shouted that he was already tired of hearing the same thing because it was not the first. Ten said it would be better if he stopped making noise in the estate. The Viscount was furious because the Archduke's servants were not fulfilling their assignments. He did not understand how a simple servant dared to treat him like. Karen was furious with the Viscount's words. She said that this was not a simple servant, but the girl was in charge of the estate management. The Viscount shouted at his daughter and said that as soon as she married the Archduke, she immediately caused him a lot of problems. She looked at him calmly and said that she never thought about such a thing. Karen said that she was already kind enough to greet someone who came without an invitation. The Viscount was shocked by his daughter's words. Karen looked at him and asked why he wanted to see her. Karen said he seemed to need money. The Viscount was furious. Karen said that her father's unexpected visit could only be about money. She asked if he really needed anything. The stunned Viscount looked at his daughter. He did not understand how she could change so quickly. He knew that even though she didn't dare even look him in the eye and lived as if she didn't exist at all, he looked at her intently and did not understand what had happened to her during all this time. Karen looked at her father and said that if she was wrong in her assumptions, she apologized. The Viscount looked at her and said that his affairs were not going so smoothly since some problems had arisen. He was sure that such— Karina smiled but said nothing. A moment later, she said that if he wanted to ask for help, he should have brought decent compensation, but he came empty-handed. The Viscount was shocked and did not understand what she was even saying. He looked at her and said that she really was the Karen he knew. She looked at him and said that she was not the same anymore. Straightening up, she said that she was an archduchess. The Viscount looked at her and asked if it was okay for the archduchess to treat her parents like that. She looked at him with disdain. The Viscount was angry and asked her who had given her and her child food and shelter in the past. He said that if it weren't for him, she would have died of hunger on the street long ago. He was furious because she didn't want to repay him for his kindness. He shouted at— She looked at him and said that on the farm the animals were also fed and kept in a cage, and when the time came, they were sold to the butcher. Karen said that, like her, they were supposed to sell her to the Count. She looked at him with fury and said that he was not her parent, but only her owner. She said he was even less human than the farm owner. She said he was just a pathetic man who lived by oppressing others. The Viscount looked at her with fury and asked if she had finished yet. He did not understand how she dared to say such a— He pounced on her with fury in order to cause harm in the blink of an eye. Ten approached them. She pushed him. The Viscount fell to the ground, stunned by such behavior. Karina looked at him with contempt and said that he still resorted to cruelty. She said that she would not stand by if he appeared before her or her family again. The Viscount was shocked and did not understand how such a pathetic girl could dare to behave so imperiously. He shouted if the boy knew. Karen looked at her father with fury. She didn't understand how he dared to say something like that. She came closer to him and asked how dare he pronounce her son's name with his dirty mouth. The Viscount laughed at her words and asked if she was trying to protect her son. He said that when he beat her in the basement, Karen told him to shut up. The Viscount looked at his daughter and said that her son had probably— Karen hit her father in the leg and told him to shut up with all her fury. Bacon was shocked by what the girl did. His leg hurt. Karen came closer to him and said that if he called his name with his mouth again, she would definitely kill him. I looked at him with all the anger and hatred and said that she would kill him, just like he killed her mother. She remembered that fateful day when, entering the room, she saw only her mother's lifeless body. Before that, she had seen him beat her every day. Karen said that she would make sure that he regretted giving her life. She looked at him and said that he didn't even deserve to die. She was disgusted that she was born from a man like the Viscount. The Viscount was shocked by his daughter's behavior and frantically asked her to stop. But Karen wasn't going to stop and hit him between the legs. He screamed in pain and writhed on the floor. Karen watched everything that was happening and said that she found him disgusting. She looked at him and told him to listen carefully, as he had better never appear before her again in his life. Karen said she knew very well how many flaws there were in his fake accounting firm, too. She said she knew where that book was hidden. She said that he shouldn't forget how well he knows her and how well she knows him. Karen called 10 and asked her to escort the guest. She said that she would do everything immediately. The Viscount looked at his daughter with fury. When Karen left, she said that next time he should not be allowed into the house. Karina was walking down the corridor when she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw her husband. She walked up to him and hugged him tightly. He looked at her and asked why she had such a sad expression on her face. He wanted to know what happened. Karen said she was just seeing her father. Buster said he understood everything now. Karen said that she was very tired, as she felt a little worse after meeting him. Karen told Buster that her father might try to harm him. Buster smiled and asked her if that was why she had a sad expression on her face. Buster said that she had nothing to worry about, as a person like him could be destroyed quickly. Buster smiled and said that he had already seen what— Buster said the door was ajar when he passed by, so he only saw a little out of the corner of his eye. Karen was upset that he saw everything. Buster hugged her tightly and said that it seemed like he had managed to fall in love with her again. He looked at her and said that the way she held herself there looked absolutely amazing. He said that she was doing a great— Buster said that there was a large-scale purge planned for the Imperial Palace, and the Viscount was also included in the list of attendees. Karen said that if by revenge he meant murder, then she did not want revenge. He quickly looked at her and asked if she wanted to save her father's life. Karen said she wished he could live a very long time. Buster was surprised. With such words, Karen said that she wanted him to live a long time in pain. Buster smiled and said that he would do whatever she wanted. Buster thought long and hard about killing him, but since his wife wanted him to live, he would agree with her. Buster knew that if he were alive, he would pay— Buster looked at his wife and said that he promised to spare her life as well. Buster said that Pearson would soon be tried. Karina was surprised and did not understand why Count Pearson should be judged. Bader said that his family's corruption was so serious that he thought that his entire family would be stripped of their titles this time. Buster said that the girl who tried to impersonate Karen, and then even bullied Karen, will also receive her punishment. She will be expelled from the Empire. Karen said, puzzled, that she understood everything. Karen looked at her husband and asked for forgiveness. She said that if she had told him the whole truth at once, none of this would have happened. Buster looked at his wife and said that she had done everything for him, so he asked her not to think about what she had done anymore. He told her that everything would be fine and it was not her fault, so she did not need to apologize to him anymore. Karen said she would not apologize anymore. Karen looked at Buster and said that she had one request. He didn't understand what she wanted to ask. Karen asked what about the Count. Buster said that the Count would soon pay for his sins. Karen said that the women and girls who were given to him by force suffer and also live a hellish life. Karen knew that the Count treated women like cattle, and if it weren't for Buster, she probably would have lived the same hellish life. She understood that even though she felt free now, she was still in slavery in her thoughts. Karen looked at her husband and asked if it was possible to save those girls who were sold to him as slaves. Buster looked at his wife and told her not to worry and he would do everything. Basta came closer to her and kissed her tenderly. He knew that in reality, she was the only person he simply could not help but love. Buster told Karen to leave all her worries to him. Karen and Buster slept soundly that night. Buster woke up and watched his sleeping wife with tenderness. He was very glad that she was finally next to him. Having got ready, Buster went about his business. Of them approached him. The soldier greeted his master. Buster looked at the soldier and asked where the traitor was. The soldier said that the man was now in the basement. Buster asked the soldier what about Yvette Pearson. The man said that the girl was still being sought. Buster was shocked that she had not been found yet. The man said that it seemed that the girl was hiding so well that even her own family did not know her whereabouts. Buster looked confused but said nothing. Buster walked up to the traitor and looked at him. He asked him why he decided to betray him. The young man said that he betrayed him because he loved the girl and desperately wanted to make her happy. Buster was perplexed and asked him if he wanted to make her happy at the expense of his family. The young man said he had no excuse. He said he didn't think his plan could lead to this. The young man said that the whole plan was planned by him alone, and the girl was not at all to blame. The young man looked at the Archduke and asked him to forgive the young lady. Buster was confused. Buster looked at him with disdain and said that he had heard that when he was caught, he did not even show resistance. Buster looked at him and said that it seemed that when the young man got to them, he was even ready to die. Buster put his sword to the young man's head and said that he himself should understand what punishment awaits the shadow that dared to betray the master. The young man said in a trembling voice that he understood everything. Buster said that although he tried to protect her, and even decided to sacrifice himself, it was all useless. He said that all his actions were useless, because the girl would be expelled from the empire anyway, and also she would not be able to stay in one empire for long. So, she would wander around the world forever until the end of her days. The young man looked at his master in bewilderment and asked why he had decided to give her a life worse than that of a mongrel. The young man knew that such a life was unfair. Buster looked at him and said that he had already been too merciful in kindly sparing her life. The young man asked Buster in a trembling voice why he had decided to punish her like that. The young man said that he had committed an unforgivable sin, and she had done nothing. Buster was shocked by the boy's words. The young man said that the girl, being an unwanted and illegitimate child, was subjected to cruel treatment. He did not understand what her fault was. He knew that she just wanted to live and, in the end, followed his plan. Buster looked at the young man in bewilderment and said nothing. A moment later, Buster revealed that she had tried to take someone else's place by lying. And even if he had planned it all, it was her fault. The young man looked at his master and asked him if he were in the same situation as the girl. Would he act differently? He asked if he would act like her just to survive normally and finally become happy. Buster looked at the young man and did not respond to his words. Buster looked at the young man and said that if he were in her place, he would never have acted the way she did. And he, in turn, would have looked for other ways to resolve this situation. The young man was shocked by his master's words. Buster said that in the end, she didn't even think about building her own happiness, instead of taking someone else's. And he was blindly trying to justify her. Buster told him to think with his own head, since he only gave her the idea. But she could decide for herself what to do. The young man looked down at the floor and did not look at his master. Buster said that he should have calculated his strength correctly before coming up with such a stupid plan. Buster said that maybe if he had realized then that everything would lead to such disastrous consequences, he would hardly have allowed her to do so. Buster said that if you understand that the enemy is too strong and it is unlikely that you can defeat him, then you should just run headlong and not get caught by him. Buster looked at the boy with disdain and said that there was no mercy for traitors, but out of respect for him, he would let him kill himself. Buster said that he could do it when he was ready. The young man, with his eyes closed, was thinking about something. He did not answer his master, but a moment later he still decided to thank Buster. The young people left, leaving the traitor alone. Walking down the hallway, Buster saw his son. A little boy stood in the hallway late at night, holding his toy. Buster was surprised when he saw his son. He asked if he hadn't been able to sleep well the night before. A little boy asked his father if there were any more bad people. Buster exhaled and said that there were no more bad people. The little boy was very happy and asked if his mother would be sick now. Buster looked at his son and told him not to worry because he would definitely punish anyone who tried to harm his mother again. Nidhi was very happy and asked if what he was saying was true. Buster smiled and hugged his son tighter, saying that he would really protect his mother. Buster slowly carried his son into the room. Entering the room, Buster saw how quietly and peacefully his wife was sleeping. Buster calmly laid the baby down next to his mother. The Archduke watched the sleeping family with a smile on his face. Buster walked up to his wife and kissed her softly. He mentally promised her that he would protect them for the rest of his life. The Count was furious and beat everything that came his way. He did not understand why the money had stopped coming. The young man bowed before the Count and said that it seemed that the Archduke had a hand in their problems. The young man said that the Archduke had cut off all their connections so that they could not get new goods, nor sell them if someone made a deal with them. He would immediately become the Archduke's enemy. The Count was shocked by the news. The Count did not understand why the Archduke had decided to do this to him. The young man said that they had no idea what the problem was. The Count remembered the young lady and thought that it was most likely because of her, as once upon a time. The Count decided to contact him, after which he asked to sell her. The Count thought for a moment and was sure that a man would hardly have done such a thing because of a woman, since he knew that Buster was such a smart man before his will. The Count shouted at his subordinates. He said that he did not care what they did. He shouted that they could sell the building or take out a debt, but he wanted to see the money immediately. The young man bowed and said that a royal order had been given that the Count was not to perform any unnecessary actions at the moment, as there would soon be an audience. The Count was dumbfounded, as he had not heard anything about the order. Another young man said that he had heard about the order today. The Count was in shock and did not know what to do now. He decided to leave the young people in anger, saying that since they could not figure it out, he himself would go to the capital and find out about the order. The Count heard some strange sound. He heard the voice of a man who said that the Count did not have to go to the capital. Since the audience could take place now, he was in shock. The Count saw the Emperor and the Archduke. The Count and his subordinates greeted the young people. The Count looked at the Emperor and asked with all respect why he had decided to visit such a wretched place. The Emperor looked at him and said that he had come to such a place in order to pull out the weeds, because without this, the flowers and trees would not be able to grow healthy. The Count was confused and did not understand why the Emperor was speaking such words. The Emperor looked at his subordinates and told them to bring one person. They brought her to the girl. The Count was in shock and did not understand why the girl was brought in. He understood that he would soon meet his end. The Archduke looked at the girl and asked where the other women were. The girl said in a trembling voice that the rest of the women were on the second floor, one person in each room. The Archduke looked at her and said that they had come here to look at the rooms on the second floor. The young men were confused and said that all the rooms were locked and no one could open them except the Count himself. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that he was taking care of everything here, so he could safely go there himself. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that he had to fulfill the wish of his beloved Duchess. Buster said he would go himself. Buster looked at the girl and asked her to go with him. The girl obediently agreed and they went. The girl showed him all the rooms. She said that each locked room contained one person. When Buster looked inside, he was shocked by what he saw. He saw a young girl sitting on a bed, chained up. He saw her exhausted look. He realized that it looked like everyone was happy. So terrible, and he became very angry at the Count. Buster screamed furiously for all the girls to be released immediately. For a moment, Buster imagined the Count lustfully satisfying his needs with girls. He understood that he was not a man, but a monster. He understood that all this was simply unforgivable. Buster burst into the room with rage. The Archduke looked at the Emperor and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. He asked if he could use force against the criminal. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that he could do whatever he wanted. Buster drew his sword and cut the Count. Buster looked at the Count with contempt and asked the Emperor if he could kill him. The Emperor said that he could kill him, but the Emperor said that the Duke should remember that he hates it when everything is dirty. The Emperor looked at the Count and told the Archduke to make sure that the blood did not stain anything. Buster pushed the Count, who begged frantically for forgiveness. The Duke was furious and did not understand how the Count could offer him to sell Karen. He knew that most likely the Count would like to do the same to her, or something even worse. Buster looked at the Count and realized that he was worse than an animal. The Emperor looked at the Archduke with a smile and said that he was pleased with such a frightening thing. The Count begged frantically for forgiveness and pardon. He crawled to the Emperor and asked him to save him. The Emperor said that he had committed corruption and also kept double ledger accounting of illegal transactions and negotiations, and there were even records obtained of the illegal buying and selling of women and the illegal distribution of drugs. The Emperor said that now that they had come here in person and found out for themselves that he had repeatedly beaten women, the Count frantically begged the Emperor to pardon him. The Emperor looked at him and said that he just wanted his work in this place to go smoothly, so he told him to put his signature on some documents. The Emperor looked at him and told him to sign and agree to transfer all his private property to the imperial family. The Count immediately began signing documents. The Emperor looked at him and said that he had done a very wonderful job. Since all the property in the mansion, including the mansion itself, was now confiscated, and the count was demoted to a commoner, and all the saved women should receive appropriate treatment and protection. The emperor looked at the archduke and said that it was high time for him to leave, so he asked him to take care of everything else. The emperor looked at the duke and asked him to be careful, so that he did not overdo it. The count was in shock and knew what was waiting for him. The count shouted furiously after the emperor. He shouted that he had signed all the documents, and that he in turn had to save his life. The emperor looked at the count with disdain and said that he had only asked him to sign. But there was not a word about saving his life. The count was in shock and, lying on the floor, screamed after the emperor. The archduke looked at the count and told him not to worry because he would not kill him right away. Buster said that the count would suffer and be tormented for a very long time. Buster looked at him and said with a smirk that he would make him feel pain that would make him beg for death. The ladies sat drinking tea and passionately discussed the situation that had developed in the imperial palace. One of the ladies said that her husband had been given a huge fine, while the other girl said that it was good that he had only been given a fine. She asked if they had heard any rumors about the count. She from the ladies said that they could not think that one day the Viscount and the Count would disappear. They were shocked that they could just disappear without a trace. The young ladies said that they were very scared. Karen listened to all this and said nothing in response to the discussions. Karen's friend came up to her and said that the atmosphere was very tense right now. The Marquis looked at her and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He greeted her. She greeted him back. The Marquis said that no one could have imagined that aristocratic society would change so much in just 2 months. Karen said that on the other hand, it was very good, since now the aristocrats would be more careful while the emperor was alive. The Marquis looked at her and said that it seemed that the Archduke and his butler had temporarily moved into the imperial palace. Karen said that the Archduke had to visit a building nearby. Karen said that she heard that the emperor was in good health these days. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Nidhi. Karen hugged her son and asked if he had behaved well during the lesson. Buster looked at his son and told him to come to him and he would pick him up. Karen was surprised to see her husband there. Buster looked tenderly at his wife and said that she shouldn't lift him anymore, as he had become very heavy after all. Buster approached his wife and asked if he was late. Karen said that he was not late, but just on time. Buster asked if they could go now. The young ladies watched the Archduke and Archduchess and said that they were quite nice. One of the ladies said that it turned out that the man had a nice side. They rode in a carriage sitting next to each other. Karen was truly happy. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she wanted a drink before bed. Karen was surprised by this proposal. Karen was taken aback and thought. She looked at her husband and asked if they shouldn't take their son into the next room then. Buster was confused and didn't understand why he needed to take his son. Karen smiled and said that they would spend the night together. Buster was shocked and embarrassed. Buster hugged his wife and said that this was the first time she had ever spoken about spending the night together. He looked at her and said that he really hoped that things would continue like this. Karen smiled at him and said that it would be so. Buster picked up his son and carried him into the room with a smile. He asked his wife to wait a little. He said that just a minute and he would come running back. Karen smiled as she watched him go. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she was interested in what had happened to the Earl and the Viscount. Karen looked at him and said that she had already learned everything from Vasily. Buster was shocked and did not understand when she had managed to meet the leader of the Information Guild. Karen said they met by chance on the way to the restaurant, after which they exchanged a few words on the street. She looked at Buster and said that he had nothing to worry about. Buster drank some wine and said that he was still a thorn in their lives. Karen smiled. Karen looked at her husband and asked if it was true that the Count had been handed over to those women. Buster looked at his wife and said that it was true. They had suffered greatly because of him. And Buster thought that this was the only way they could not fully punish him. Buster said that thanks to the Emperor, they received proper medical care and protection and their statuses were restored. Buster said that all women will be given maximum care, so that they can start their lives with a clean slate. Karen looked at her husband and thanked him for his help. Buster looked at her and said nothing. A moment later, Buster said he wanted to formally enter the threads into the family register. He looked at his wife and asked her what she thought. Karen looked at him and said that for now. She completely agreed because now they were closer, and especially since he was his child. He looked at her and asked if she really agreed. He said that he would like to get married again. Karen was confused and did not understand what was being discussed. Buster said that he meant that he would like to officiate the wedding. Karen smiled and asked why. He wanted to have a wedding because she was happy enough. Buster said that they had entered into that marriage. They had only signed the papers, and he wanted to have a wedding like the others. He said he wanted to see her in a beautiful white dress and say his vows and exchange rings. Karen smiled and said that they didn't hold the wedding because there was a reason. But now, in principle, everything suited her, and there was no need to hold it. Buster looked at her and said that he was not happy with this, and he would very much like to have a wedding with her. Buster said that he would very much like to confess his love to her and spend the night with her, and also go on a date. He looked at her intently and said that he wanted to do everything as his lovers usually do. He looked at her with a loving look and said that they should start everything from scratch right now. Buster looked at her intently and said that he loved her very much. Karen was very touched by his words. She looked at him, fascinated. Karen was a little confused and didn't know if this lifestyle would suit her. Buster looked at her and said that anything would suit her. He came closer to her and said that, moreover, they had already become ordinary lovers. He looked her straight in the eyes and said that he liked her very much. He said that he didn't know what moment it was, but in one moment he fell deeply in love with her. Buster said that's why he wants her to fall in love with him too as soon as possible. Buster said he hopes she will always be happy and will never stop smiling brightly. Buster looked at her and with a smile on his face said that he was ready to wait as long as it took until she herself wanted to spend days and nights with him. Karen smiled as she was pleased with his words. Buster looked at her and told her to always remember that she could refuse at any moment, because it was her right to choose. They lay on the bed and kissed passionately. Buster said that he loved her very much. After the night spent, Karen could not open her eyes. Karen didn't want to wake up, because she knew that they had spent the night together. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she was awake. Karen stared at him and knew that even though it wasn't their first night together, she knew they had spent it as true lovers, starting over with a clean slate. She thought that was probably why it felt different. Karen looked at Buster and said that his eyes reminded her of two brightly sparkling rubies. Karen smiled and said she couldn't believe it was almost the end of the year. Buster smiled and said he never thought the year would go by so quickly. The young people merged into a passionate kiss. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she wanted to go on a date with him. Karina was very surprised and glad that he asked her out on a date. Buster said that he confessed his love to her first. Then they should go on a date. And then he planned to propose to her. Buster said that he decided that he had done this, and he could go through with the wedding with peace of mind. He looked at her and asked her what she thought of his plan. Karen looked into the distance, embarrassed, and said that she didn't mind. But unfortunately, she didn't know anything about what couples did on dates. Buster looked at her and said that on dates like this, you can do whatever you want. He came closer to her and asked if she would mind giving him some of her time. Karen looked at him and said that she thought it would be a little difficult to do that right now. Buster smiled and said that he would then wait for her exactly 1 hour later on the first floor. He kissed her and said that he hoped she would remember this day fondly, because it would be their first date as ordinary lovers. After his words, Karen was very embarrassed. Buster looked at his wife and smiled and said, "See you soon." Needy said with a smile that he had already gone to school. Karina smiled and told him to try to behave properly at school. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she had said goodbye to her son. Buster said that it was really time for them to get going. All day, Buster spoke in Karen my lady, which embarrassed her greatly, and she asked him how long he would continue to call her that. Buster looked at her and said that was what he would call her until today was over. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she could pull back the curtain. Karen pulled the curtain back a little and noticed a beautiful landscape. She said it was the first time she had seen such a wildly beautiful landscape. Buster smiled. He said he had wanted her to see him like that so much that he had asked the coachman to take that road beforehand. Karen thanked her husband. They arrived at the place and a man came out to greet them. Basta looked at the man and said that they were happy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man said that that was true. The man looked at them and said that he was pleasantly surprised, since the Archduke this time did not come alone, but was accompanied by such a beautiful lady. He invited them to go inside. Karina was surprised by such pleasant words. They went inside and Karen saw that there was no one at all in the restaurant. The man looked at her and asked if she was surprised that no one was there. The man said that Mr. Buster had asked to rent out the entire restaurant for today. Karen was surprised. The man suggested that they sit down wherever they felt comfortable. The man looked at them and said that the Archduke and his father had been their visitors since his father had been the manager here. So he was lucky enough to see the little Archduke. Karina was very happy and asked what the Archduke was like as a child. The man looked at them and said with a smile that, to tell the truth, he was a very mischievous and disobedient child. The manager said that Buster was just a terrible fidget. He said that he even remembers an incident when Buster secretly snuck into the kitchen and turned everything upside down. Karen was very surprised. The man said that after the young Archduke overturned a pot of food in the kitchen, his father scolded him so harshly that he burst into tears. Buster was shocked and said he did not cry. Buster screamed that he was lying and he never cried at all. Karen was surprised and laughed a little. She looked at her husband and said that he was very little then, and that's why he probably forgot. Buster was shocked and screamed that it couldn't have happened at all, and he didn't cry at all. Karen smiled and said that she believed him. The man said, looking at Buster, that it was nice talking to them, but with their permission, he would go to the kitchen to bring them a dish. Karen smiled at the man as she was very pleased to hear stories about her husband. They were brought a lot of food. Karen started eating and said that it looked quite appetizing. Buster looked at his wife and said that after they ate, they would go for a walk in the capital. Buster looked at her and said that she still needed to buy a lot of new jewelry, and after all that, she would have a truly amazing surprise. Karen was shocked. She looked at her husband and asked when he had even had time to prepare everything. Buster looked at her and said that it was a secret and he couldn't tell her everything. Buster looked at her intently and said that he really wanted to see and do a lot of things with her. Karen, stunned, looked at her husband. She was surprised by his words. She was very pleased that he cared about her. Buster looked at his wife and said that he wanted to thank her from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was thanks to her that his life had acquired bright colors and become so beautiful and happy. The young ladies drank tea with the Duchess and thanked her for inviting them to tea. Karen looked at them and said that she was very grateful that they decided to accept her offer and helped her when she needed them. Karen said she was very happy that her son was able to make so many friends, and the young ladies said they were very happy to help her. One of the girls saw a ring on the Archduchess's finger. She said it looked very stunning. They saw the ring and said it was the famous Royal Rose diamond ring. Karina was a little taken aback. As she didn't know such details about the ring, they said that it was very charming. Karen remembered the moment when her husband got down on one knee and proposed to her to the sound of fireworks. She knew that it was a really big surprise for her. She didn't even think that the ring was so expensive and valuable. The girls said they had heard that the ring was from the royal treasury. One of the girls said she had heard that its price was equivalent to buying a gem mine. After hearing this, Karen was shocked, as she did not expect her husband to give her such an expensive gift. One of the girls said that there were rumors that the Archduke was very good at choosing jewelry, and it seemed that this was actually true. Karen was a little embarrassed and just laughed in response. One of the young ladies looked at Karen and asked if something was bothering her. Karen said that she was worried that the Archduke had spent too much money. She said that he had bought her a lot of expensive things that day and had also rented a restaurant so that it would be just the two of them. And when they attended the play, they sat in an empty hall. Karen said that she actually felt very awkward because there were only the two of them in the entire audience. She said that this was not all and asked the girls if they knew designers named Sleep. The girls said that they knew him because he was one of the most famous designers in the empire. The girls said that there were rumors that he even became the personal designer of the Archduke. Karen said that the man sews one dress every week. Karina said that she only has one body and physically she does not have time to wear all the dresses. The girls looked at the young lady with envy and said that they felt very sorry for her. One of the girls said that she was a little jealous of her because she couldn't buy his dress because he didn't put them up for sale. Another girl also supported her, said that she also wanted to buy at least one dress, but he refused and said that he wouldn't sell the dress for money. Karen looked at them and asked if they would mind if she gave them a dress of his design. Karen said that she has many dresses of his cut, which she has not even had time to touch. But in truth, there is one nuance. You will have to adjust them to the girls' sizes yourself. The young ladies were very happy for such a generous gift from the Archduchess. They thanked her profusely for such a gift. Buster looked at his wife and said that if you think about it, they didn't start dating like other couples 6 months ago. Karen knew that a lot had happened in that time. Buster confessed his love to Karen every day. They went on a date once or twice a week, and in public they showed tender feelings, although it embarrassed her a little. She knew that if she remembered how wonderful the days spent with him were, she could simply melt. Karen was truly happy to be with her husband. Buster looked at his wife and said that there was a very beautiful and unusual island in the South Sea. He said that he had heard that there were many places to walk and enjoy the view. He looked at her and asked if she would like to go to the island with him. Karen smiled at the suggestion as she was drawn to the island. She asked how many days it would take. Buster moved closer to his wife and said that it would take them a week. He asked her how about going there together. Karen was shocked because she wouldn't be able to see her son for a week. She asked how he would be alone at home. Buster looked at her and said that he would be fine and that she shouldn't worry. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to travel with just him. Buster went up to his son and said that if Mom and Dad were together, alone for a few days, then Nitty would have a little brother or sister. Nitty was surprised and asked if it was true. Buster said it was. Buster looked at his wife and hugged her. He said that he had already explained everything to the Marquis, and he said that he could babysit their son while they were on the cruise. Karen was surprised, as her husband was able to prepare everything in advance. Buster said that he had also rented a boat for them in advance. Karen looked at her husband and couldn't imagine when he had managed to get everything ready. Buster also smiled at her and said that he had already rented an entire island for them. Karen was a little puzzled and asked her husband if he thought it was a bit too much. Buster told her not to worry and that everything was fine. Buster said he was very eager to make up for everything she had missed out on, as he had been a little late. Buster looked at his wife and said that he really wanted her to be happy and get used to it, because it would always be like that. He said he wanted her to take it for granted. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she would like to go on the cruise with him. He said that he wanted her to make the decision herself, because he didn't want to force her because then she wouldn't be able to fully enjoy the cruise. Karen looked at her husband, puzzled, and asked if he was worried that a lot of work might accumulate for her. Buster looked at her and said that he had already worn 10, so she had nothing to worry about and everything would be fine. He looked at his wife's face and said that 10 herself offered to help when she heard that they wanted to go on a cruise, and she also wanted a break from the Emperor. Buster said that he knew that it was not quite right to involve the young future Empress, but, however, she was not yet an Empress, so everything was fine. Buster looked at Karen and said that he wanted to give her something to look at. Karen was confused and didn't know what he wanted to show her. He handed her a document and told her to open it and look at it herself. Karen looked and saw a family register. Buster looked at her and apologized for the lateness of the result, as it had taken a little longer to add the thread to the registry due to the birth certificate not being properly registered. Karen looked at the document and thanked her husband. She was happy with all the current events, but she still regretted that she could not give him his father's last name and patronymic. But now he was officially with a last name and patronymic. Buster looked at his wife and asked her not to cry. Karina said that she was not crying at all. Karen looked at her husband and said that she was so happy. She was just crazy. Blaster kissed his wife and said that he loved her very much. Buster looked at his son and said that he had grown a lot. Nitty looked at his father and told him not to forget the promise he made to him. Buster said he wouldn't forget. Buster looked at his son and said that he could be naughty, but within reason he agreed with him. Karen smiled and said that Buster should not have said that to his son. Buster looked at his son and said that if he wanted to go to the toy store, he could buy whatever he wanted. Nitty was very happy, but also asked him if they would suddenly run out of money. They would then starve. Buster told him not to worry, because even if the country went bankrupt, his safe would always be full of money. Buster walked up to his wife and asked if she was ready to go. Karen asked him to wait a little longer. Karen walked up to her son and said that it was time for her to go. Karen told him not to cry, and if he missed her, he could send her a letter, but after thinking a little. She said that most likely it would not be possible to send a letter. She asked him to be strong and his mother would soon return to him. Karina hugged her son and apologized for leaving him alone. The little boy said that he was an adult and he could handle everything. Buster looked at them and said that at this rate they might miss the ship. They were about to leave. Nitty in turn shouted and called for his mother. Karen said that she would definitely buy him a present. Buster was confused because he did not understand where on the island she was going to buy him a present. They sailed to the island on a ship. Karen was amazed by the beautiful view. She was fascinated by the view from the ship. She was truly happy to see such beauty with her husband. Buster looked at her and asked if she liked the view. Karen said it was the first time she had seen the sea, and its green-blue color reminded her of emeralds. Karen looked at her husband and said that she wanted her son to see the sea too. Buster said that he would definitely see the sea soon.